Welcome to Lunar Psychology. Before we begin, take a moment to settle into stillness. This is not a story meant to alarm or accuse, and it is not an instruction manual for control. What follows is a quiet exploration of something subtle, something that often unfolds beneath the surface of ordinary conversations and familiar relationships. Manipulation rarely arrives loudly. It does not announce itself with obvious cruelty or dramatic confrontation. Instead, it moves softly through tone, implication, silence, and suggestion. It shapes choices without appearing to demand them. It alters perception without seeming to argue. And most of the time it goes unnoticed, not because it is harmless but because it is subtle. This video is not about blaming individuals or labeling villains. It is about understanding patterns. Patterns that repeat across relationships, workplaces, families, and even within ourselves. Patterns that influence how people think, feel, and act, often without their awareness. As you listen, there is no need to analyze your past or judge your present. Simply observe. Let the ideas unfold slowly. Some may feel familiar, others distant. Take only what resonates and leave the rest. This is a space for clarity, not fear. Awareness, not accusation. And understanding, not control. Let us begin by understanding something that touches nearly every corner of human interaction, often without us even realizing it's there. Manipulation is a form of influence that works covertly, shaping thoughts, emotions, or behavior without the target's informed consent. It moves through conversations like a shadow, present but not always visible, guiding outcomes in ways that feel natural even when they're carefully orchestrated. The person being manipulated may sense something, a slight pull in a certain direction, but they can't quite name what's happening or why. This invisible quality is what makes manipulation so effective and so difficult to identify in the moment. We go about our daily lives, making decisions we believe are our own, forming opinions we think arose from our own reasoning, taking actions that feel entirely voluntary. Yet sometimes, beneath the surface of these seemingly autonomous choices, there are currents we didn't create, influences we didn't invite, and intentions that were never made clear to us. The subtlety of manipulation allows it to bypass our natural defenses, slipping past the walls we build to protect our autonomy because we simply don't recognize it as a threat until it's already inside. What makes manipulation distinct from other forms of influence becomes clearer when we consider how it differs from persuasion, and this distinction matters deeply. Unlike persuasion, manipulation removes freedom of choice by hiding intent or distorting reality. When someone persuades you, they present their case openly, allowing you to weigh the options and decide for yourself. There's a transparency to persuasion, an honesty about what the persuader wants and why they want it. You can see the argument being made, evaluate its merits, consider your own needs and values, and then make a choice with full awareness of what you're choosing and why. But manipulation works differently, operating through a completely different mechanism. It operates in the spaces between what's said and what's meant, between what's shown and what's hidden. The choice you think you're making freely has already been shaped by invisible hands, molded and constrained in ways you cannot see. The manipulator doesn't trust you to make the right choice if given complete information, so they curate your reality, presenting only the pieces that will lead you to the conclusion they've already decided you should reach. In this way, manipulation is fundamentally disrespectful of human agency. It treats the target not as an equal capable of making their own decisions, but as an object to be managed, a problem to be solved, a means to an end. At the heart of this process lies a crucial element that separates manipulation from honest interaction, and once you understand this element, you begin to see it everywhere. Its defining feature is deception, whether through omission, misdirection, or emotional distortion. The truth isn't necessarily absent entirely, but it's incomplete, angled, or wrapped in layers that obscure what really matters. Sometimes the most powerful lies aren't the things that are said falsely, but the things that are carefully left unsaid. A manipulator might tell you a dozen true things while omitting the one crucial fact that would change your entire understanding of the situation. Other times, the deception comes through misdirection, where your attention is deliberately drawn to something dramatic or emotionally charged while the real issue remains hidden in plain sight. It's like a magic trick, where the magician's flourishing hand movements keep you from noticing what the other hand is doing. And then there's emotional distortion, perhaps the most insidious form of deception, where the manipulator doesn't necessarily lie about facts but instead warps the emotional landscape, making you feel guilty for things that aren't your responsibility, afraid of consequences that aren't real, or obligated by debts you don't actually owe. The manipulator becomes an architect of false realities, constructing just enough of a world that the target believes they're seeing the whole picture, when in fact they're seeing a carefully designed facade with all the ugly parts hidden behind false walls. And here's where the imbalance becomes most apparent, where we can see who truly benefits from this exchange and who pays the cost. The manipulator benefits disproportionately, while the target quietly loses autonomy. Every time manipulation succeeds, something shifts in the relationship between these two people. One person gains more control, more advantage, more of what they wanted, while the other person loses a small piece of their ability to choose freely, to act according to their own will, to live in alignment with their own values and desires. It happens gradually, almost imperceptibly, like sand slipping through fingers one grain at a time. The target may not even realize what they've given up until much later, if ever. They might look back on a relationship, a job, or a period of their life and wonder why they tolerated so much, why they accepted so little, why they felt unable to leave or speak up or assert their own needs. The answer often lies in this slow erosion of autonomy, this incremental surrender of self that happens through repeated manipulation. Each instance might seem small, hardly worth fighting over, but accumulated over time, these small surrenders add up to a profound loss. The person who emerges from a deeply manipulative relationship is often not quite the same person who entered it. Something essential has been dimmed, some spark of self-determination has been dampened, and the work of reclaiming that lost autonomy can take years. What makes manipulation particularly insidious is how it announces itself, or rather how it doesn't announce itself at all. Manipulation often feels subtle at first, more like discomfort than harm. You might feel a vague unease, a sense that something isn't quite right, but you can't put your finger on exactly what's bothering you. It's not the sharp pain of obvious betrayal or the clear sting of open aggression. It's more like a persistent itch you can't quite scratch, a slight pressure that makes you question yourself rather than the other person. You wonder if you're being too sensitive, too suspicious, too paranoid. You tell yourself you're imagining things, that you're overreacting, that you should give the other person the benefit of the doubt. And this self-doubt is part of manipulation's design, keeping the target confused and compliant rather than alarmed and defensive. If manipulation were obvious, if it came at you like a frontal assault, your defenses would go up immediately. You'd recognize the threat and respond accordingly. But because it comes in softly, wrapped in concern or affection or humor, because it makes you doubt your own perceptions rather than trusting them, it bypasses those defenses entirely. By the time you realize what's been happening, the manipulator has often already established patterns that are difficult to break, created dependencies that are hard to escape, and shaped your reality in ways that make it challenging to even imagine alternatives. The reach of manipulation extends into multiple dimensions of our inner experience simultaneously, working on us from several angles at once. It targets beliefs, emotions, or actions, sometimes all at once in a coordinated assault on our sense of reality. A skilled manipulator doesn't just try to change what you do, focusing narrowly on behavior alone. They work to reshape how you think about a situation, planting ideas and interpretations that serve their purposes. They influence how you feel about yourself and others, amplifying insecurities here, creating artificial intimacy there, generating guilt or fear or obligation as needed. And ultimately, they guide what actions seem reasonable or necessary, making their desired outcomes appear to you as your own ideas, your own choices, your own conclusions. By operating on all these levels simultaneously, manipulation creates a kind of internal coherence in the target, a false but convincing sense that everything fits together. The manipulated thoughts support the manipulated feelings, which in turn justify the manipulated behaviors, and the whole system seems to make sense from the inside even though it was constructed from the outside. This multi-layered approach is what makes manipulation so difficult to escape once it's established, because you can't simply change your behavior without addressing the beliefs and emotions that now seem to justify that behavior. Perhaps one of the reasons manipulation persists so effectively in our world is because of how we've collectively agreed to overlook certain patterns, to rename them, to celebrate them even. Many manipulative behaviors are normalized socially, making them hard to recognize for what they truly are. We've learned to call some forms of manipulation by softer names that don't sound quite so sinister. Words like charm, persuasion, influence, strategy, or savvy. We admire people who can work a room, or know how to get what they want without asking too many questions about how exactly they accomplish these feats. Cultural narratives sometimes celebrate manipulation when it leads to success, teaching us that the ends justify the means, that everyone does it to some degree, that it's just part of how the world works and how things get done. We watch movies where the clever protagonist manipulates others to achieve some greater good, and we root for them. We read business books that teach influence tactics without always drawing clear lines between ethical persuasion and manipulative exploitation. We grow up in families where certain manipulative patterns might be so common that we internalize them as normal, carrying them forward into our own relationships without ever recognizing them as problematic. This social normalization creates a kind of collective blindness, where manipulation that should be obvious instead blends into the background noise of everyday interaction. When we look specifically at the emotional dimension, we find manipulation taking on its most personal and painful forms, reaching into the deepest parts of who we are. Emotional manipulation focuses specifically on attachment, guilt, fear, or affection, the primary colors of human emotional life. These are the deepest currents of human connection, the feelings that bind us to others and make us vulnerable in necessary ways. We need to be able to attach to others, to feel guilt when we genuinely harm someone, to experience appropriate fear, to give and receive affection. These capacities are part of what makes us human, what allows us to form meaningful relationships and live in communities. A manipulator who understands these forces can pull invisible strings, turning our healthiest instincts against us. They make you feel responsible for their happiness, as though their emotional well-being rests entirely on your shoulders, and any failure on your part to meet their needs is a kind of cruelty. They make you afraid of their disapproval, their anger, their withdrawal, so that you monitor yourself constantly, walking on eggshells, trying to anticipate and prevent their negative reactions. They make you feel guilty for your own needs and boundaries, as though having wants and limits of your own is somehow selfish or cruel. They make you desperate to preserve their affection, which they offer, and withdraw strategically, training you to perform for their approval. In this way, they turn your capacity for love and empathy into tools for their own purposes, weaponizing the very things that make you good and caring and human. The question of intent often arises when we discuss manipulation, and the answer is more complex and nuanced than we might initially expect. It can be intentional or habitual, learned over time through reinforcement rather than conscious choice. Some manipulators are fully conscious of what they're doing, carefully planning each move like chess players, thinking several turns ahead, strategizing about which emotional buttons to push and when, which information to reveal or conceal, how to position themselves to maximum advantage. These calculated manipulators might even take a certain pride in their skills, viewing themselves as clever or strategic rather than harmful. But others, perhaps even the majority, have simply learned over time, perhaps in childhood or through repeated experiences across their lives, that certain behaviors get them what they need. They manipulate almost reflexively, without conscious malice or even full awareness of what they're doing, because it's the pattern that was reinforced again and again in their own lives. Maybe they grew up in an environment where direct communication was punished but indirect manipulation was rewarded. Maybe they learned that their needs would never be met if they asked for them openly, but could be met if they created the right emotional conditions. Both types, the intentional and the habitual manipulator, can cause equal harm regardless of whether there was deliberate cruelty behind the actions. The person on the receiving end of manipulation suffers the same loss of autonomy, the same confusion, the same damage, whether the manipulator meant to hurt them or was simply operating from unconscious patterns. And so we arrive at the fundamental truth that underlies all we've explored, the simple reality that makes manipulation so profoundly troubling when we really sit with it. At its core, manipulation is about control of another person's inner world, an attempt to reach across the sacred boundary of individual consciousness and rearrange what's there to suit someone else's purposes. It's an attempt to reach inside someone else's mind and heart and rearrange the furniture, to adjust their reality until it serves the manipulator's purposes rather than the target's own authentic needs and values. It violates the sacred boundary of individual consciousness, that space that should be uniquely and inviolably our own, treating another person's thoughts and feelings not as their own sovereign territory but as resources to be exploited, as terrain to be conquered and occupied. Understanding this helps us see manipulation not just as a set of techniques or behaviors, not merely as a collection of red flags to watch out for, but as a fundamental breach of human dignity and autonomy, a violation of the basic respect that one person owes another. When we manipulate someone, we're essentially saying that their right to self-determination matters less than our desire for a particular outcome, that their inner world exists not for their own purposes but for ours. And with this understanding, we can begin to see why recognizing and resisting manipulation is not just a matter of self-protection, but a matter of preserving something essential about what it means to be human. As we move deeper into understanding manipulation, we must confront a truth that many find uncomfortable, yet it's essential to grasp if we're to truly comprehend this phenomenon. Humans are naturally capable of deception. Manipulation does not require pathology. This is perhaps one of the most unsettling realizations about manipulation, because it means that the capacity for it lives within all of us, not just in some separate category of broken or damaged people we can easily identify and avoid. Every human being possesses the cognitive architecture necessary for deception, the ability to hold one thought privately while expressing another publicly, the capacity to recognize what others want to hear and choose to say it even when it's not true. This capability emerges early in child development, usually around age 3 or 4, when children first begin to understand that others have different knowledge and beliefs than they do, a cognitive milestone called theory of mind. Once a child grasps that others can be mistaken, that others don't know everything the child knows, the logical next step is understanding that others can be intentionally misled. This isn't a sign of evil or corruption, it's simply a feature of human consciousness. The same feature that allows us to tell white lies to spare feelings, to keep surprise parties secret, to withhold information that isn't anyone else's business. The architecture that enables these benign deceptions is the same architecture that enables manipulation. What differs is not the capacity itself, but how it's used, the intentions behind it, and the patterns that develop over time. Yet while the capacity for manipulation is universal, the tendency to use it extensively is not evenly distributed across the population. Certain traits, narcissism, antisocial tendencies, high entitlement, correlate with frequent manipulation showing up again and again in research and clinical observations. Those with narcissistic traits often manipulate because they need constant validation and admiration, because they view relationships primarily in terms of what they can extract from them, because they lack the emotional reciprocity that would make straightforward interaction rewarding. For them, other people exist as mirrors to reflect their greatness or as resources to be utilized, not as separate beings with their own intrinsic worth. Those with antisocial tendencies may manipulate without the emotional barriers that stop most people, without guilt or remorse or concern for the harm they cause, viewing manipulation as simply the most efficient path to what they want. And those with high entitlement, the deep belief that they deserve special treatment and that rules applying to others don't apply to them, may manipulate because they genuinely feel justified in doing whatever it takes to get what they rightfully, in their view, should have. These traits exist on spectrums, and many people have moderate levels without being manipulative, but at the higher extremes, they create personalities that manipulate not occasionally or reluctantly, but frequently and sometimes compulsively. Still, it's important to remember that these traits describe a subset of manipulators, not all of them. Many manipulative people don't fit any clinical profile. They're simply people who learned that manipulation works and continued using it. The way manipulators operate varies considerably, and understanding this variation helps us recognize the different forms manipulation can take in our lives. Some manipulators plan strategically. Others operate on instinct, and both approaches can be equally effective, though they look quite different in practice. The strategic manipulator thinks ahead, sometimes far ahead, laying groundwork that will pay off weeks or months later. They might cultivate a reputation for generosity early in a relationship, doing favors and being helpful, not out of genuine kindness but as an investment they'll later cash in when they need something significant. They consider the angles, anticipate objections, prepare counterarguments, and position themselves carefully before making their actual request or demand. These manipulators are often charming and socially skilled, able to read rooms and adjust their approach based on what's working. Then there are the instinctive manipulators who don't consciously plot but have simply internalized certain patterns so deeply that they deploy them automatically whenever they sense an opportunity or face an obstacle. They might not be able to articulate their strategy because they're not consciously aware they have one. They just know on some gut level that if they cry at this moment or express anger at that moment or play helpless right now, they'll probably get what they want. This instinctive manipulation can actually be harder to confront because the manipulator themselves might genuinely believe they're just being authentic, just expressing how they feel with no awareness of how their expressions are timed and targeted to achieve specific effects. To understand why people manipulate, we need to look at what they gain from it, and the benefits are multiple and powerful. Control provides predictability, power, and emotional safety for the manipulator, meeting deep psychological needs that they may not know how to meet in healthier ways. Predictability matters because uncertainty is uncomfortable for everyone. But for those who experienced chaos or trauma or unpredictability in their formative years, it can be almost unbearable. If you can control how others respond to you, if you can reliably produce the reactions you want, then your world becomes more predictable and therefore feels safer. Power meets a different need, the need to matter, to have impact, to not be helpless or invisible or subject to others' whims. For someone who felt powerless in childhood or who feels powerless in certain domains of their life, the ability to make others respond, to pull strings and see effects, can be intoxicating. And emotional safety, perhaps the most poignant motivation, comes from ensuring that you won't be rejected, abandoned, criticized, or hurt by controlling the relationship dynamics so tightly that these threatening outcomes can't occur. If you manipulate someone into being dependent on you, they can't leave you. If you manipulate them into feeling perpetually guilty or indebted, they won't criticize you. If you control their reality, they can't hurt you with truths you don't want to face. These needs for predictability, power, and safety are human and understandable. What makes manipulation tragic as well as harmful is that it meets these needs at someone else's expense and ultimately doesn't even meet them sustainably. When we dig deeper into the psychology of manipulators, we often find that manipulation isn't coming from a place of strength but from a place of deficit. Manipulation often compensates for insecurity, fear of abandonment, or lack of empathy, serving as a kind of psychological prosthetic for capacities the person hasn't developed or has lost. The insecure manipulator can't risk honest interaction because honest interaction requires vulnerability, requires admitting what you want and risking rejection, requires presenting your authentic self and accepting that others might not like what they see. Manipulation allows them to get their needs met while maintaining protective walls, never having to risk genuine exposure. The person with abandonment fears manipulates to prevent the loss they're terrified of, using guilt, obligation, or dependency to ensure that others won't leave, not recognizing that relationships maintained through manipulation aren't the secure attachments they're actually seeking. And those lacking empathy, whether because of innate limitations or because empathy was trained out of them by their own harsh experiences, manipulate partly because the main deterrent to manipulation is absent. Most people don't manipulate extensively because they can imagine and feel uncomfortable with the pain it would cause. But without that empathic response, manipulation becomes just another tool with no emotional cost to its user. In all these cases, manipulation is attempting to solve a problem. It's just solving it in a way that creates more problems than it solves, both for the target and ultimately for the manipulator themselves. The development of manipulative patterns over time follows predictable psychological principles, particularly the powerful force of reinforcement. Early success reinforces manipulative behavior, making it habitual in ways that can be hard to reverse even when the person later wants to change. This follows basic behavioral psychology. Behaviors that produce desired outcomes get repeated, behaviors that don't get extinguished. When a child discovers that throwing a tantrum gets them what they want, when a teenager learns that playing the victim earns sympathy and exemption from consequences, when an adult finds that making someone feel guilty works to get their way, these successes register deeply. The brain essentially learns that this behavior is useful, that it works, that it's a reliable tool for achieving goals. With repetition, the behavior becomes more automatic, less conscious, more integrated into the person's default way of operating in relationships. What started as perhaps an occasional tactic becomes a primary strategy, then becomes so habitual that the person may not even recognize they're doing it. This is how manipulation becomes characterological, part of someone's character structure rather than just an isolated behavior they sometimes choose. And once it's that deeply embedded, change becomes much more difficult because the person has to first recognize the pattern, which is hard when it feels natural, then actively work against years or decades of reinforcement, learning entirely new ways of getting their needs met. As manipulative patterns become established, they also become more refined and targeted through learning and experience. Manipulators learn which emotional buttons work and reuse them, developing a kind of personal playbook of strategies that have proven effective with specific individuals or types of people. They discover that you respond strongly to guilt, so guilt becomes their go-to tool with you. They notice that someone else is especially vulnerable to flattery, and they file that information away for future use. They find that another person will do almost anything to avoid conflict, and they learn to use the threat of conflict as leverage. This isn't necessarily conscious calculation, though it can be. Often it's more like muscle memory. The manipulator simply gravitates toward the approaches that have worked before, the way water finds the path of least resistance. Over time, they build up a sophisticated, even if unconscious, understanding of the emotional landscape of the people around them, not in order to connect more deeply or support more effectively, but in order to influence more reliably. They become experts in other people's vulnerabilities, in exactly the way that feels most violating when we realize it's been happening to us. The process by which manipulation becomes increasingly effective over time involves not just the manipulator's learning but also changes in the target. Repetition conditions targets to respond automatically, wearing down resistance and critical thinking through sheer consistency. The first time someone uses a manipulative tactic on you, you might question it, push back, maintain your boundaries. But the 10th time, the 100th time, you start to respond with less conscious thought. Your defenses get tired. You start to automatically feel guilty when they use their guilt-inducing script, even though nothing has actually changed about the underlying situation. You automatically feel anxious when they give you that particular look or use that particular tone, even though objectively there's no real threat. You automatically comply with requests that come packaged in their familiar manipulative wrapping, because resisting takes energy you no longer have. This conditioning can become so strong that you begin responding to the manipulative cues even before the actual manipulation is fully deployed, a kind of emotional Pavlovian response where the mere hint of a guilt trip triggers guilt. The slightest signal of potential disapproval triggers anxiety and compliance. The manipulator no longer has to work as hard because you've been trained to do much of the work for them, your own mind now generating the responses they want based on established patterns. As manipulation becomes more entrenched in a relationship or in a person's way of operating, something shifts in its fundamental nature and purpose. Over time, manipulation becomes less about outcomes and more about dominance. Less about achieving specific goals and more about maintaining a particular power dynamic as an end in itself. In the early stages of a manipulative relationship, you can usually identify what the manipulator wants from each manipulative incident. They want you to do a favor, to not question them about something, to provide attention or resources, to make a particular choice. But in long-term manipulative dynamics, the manipulation often continues even when there's no obvious goal, no specific thing being sought. The manipulator keeps you off balance, keeps you doubting yourself, keeps you focused on their needs and feelings, not because any particular outcome depends on it, but because that's simply how the relationship functions now. The dominance itself has become the point, keeping you in a one-down position, maintaining their control over the emotional tenor of the relationship, ensuring that you remain focused on managing their reactions rather than attending to your own needs. These patterns persist not as means to ends but as ends themselves. This shift marks the point where manipulation has transitioned from a tactic to an entire relational system, and escaping it requires not just resisting specific manipulative moves but often restructuring or leaving the entire relationship. One of the most striking aspects of manipulation, and one that helps explain why it persists so widely, is how invisible it remains even to those who practice it. Because it works quietly, manipulators rarely see themselves as abusive, and this lack of self-awareness is not entirely dishonest or cynical. Many manipulators genuinely believe they're simply doing what they need to do to survive, to protect themselves, to get fair treatment in an unfair world. They construct narratives where they're the reasonable ones, where they're just asking for what anyone would want, where the problem is actually the target's oversensitivity or stubbornness or selfishness. Because manipulation doesn't announce itself with obvious cruelty, because it's wrapped in ordinary interactions and familiar emotional dynamics, because it produces compliance rather than confrontation, the manipulator can maintain a self-image as a decent person who's certainly never abusive. After all, they didn't yell or hit or overtly threaten. They just expressed their feelings, just made requests, just reminded you of things you'd agreed to or things they'd done for you. In their own story, they're often the victim, or at least the one who's been patient and reasonable in the face of others' failures. This self-deception is part of what makes manipulation sustainable for the manipulator. If they fully recognized the harm they were causing, if they truly saw their behavior as abusive, many would stop, or at least experience enough discomfort to limit the behavior. But the quiet nature of manipulation, its ability to hide even from the person doing it, allows it to continue indefinitely, justified and rationalized, normalized and defended, all while causing profound harm that everyone involved may struggle to name or address directly. There is a common misconception about manipulation, one that keeps many people trapped longer than they might otherwise be, and it's the belief that manipulation announces itself clearly from the start, that it arrives with warning signs we couldn't possibly miss. But the reality is quite different, and understanding this reality is crucial to recognizing manipulation in our own lives. Manipulation rarely begins aggressively. It starts with small boundary violations, gentle tests that barely register as problems at the time. These initial intrusions are so minor that objecting to them would feel petty or oversensitive. Perhaps someone shows up at your home unannounced just this once, and it seems churlish to make an issue of it when they're already there and smiling. Maybe they ask a slightly too personal question early in the relationship, and you tell yourself that they're just interested, just trying to get to know you. They might ignore a small preference you expressed, something trivial like how you take your coffee or which route you prefer to drive, and you let it go because it doesn't seem worth mentioning. These small violations serve multiple purposes for the manipulator, whether they're conscious of it or not. They're testing your boundaries, discovering where they're firm and where they're flexible. They're establishing a precedent that your stated preferences aren't absolute. And they're beginning the subtle process of training you that enforcing your boundaries might make you the problem, might make you the rigid or unkind one, might damage the relationship that's just beginning to form. Each small violation that goes unchallenged creates a tiny opening for the next slightly larger one. The beginning of a manipulative relationship often looks not just benign but actually wonderful, which is part of what makes the later manipulation so confusing and hard to escape. Early charm and warmth lower defenses, creating an atmosphere of trust and affection that makes subsequent manipulation easier to accomplish and harder to recognize. The manipulator, whether consciously strategic or instinctively skilled, often presents their best self at the beginning. They're attentive, interested, generous with time and attention and sometimes material resources. They make you feel special, seen, understood in ways you perhaps haven't experienced before. They may mirror your values and interests, creating a sense of profound compatibility and connection. This isn't necessarily entirely fake. Many manipulators are capable of genuine warmth and charm, especially in the early stages when they're motivated to win your trust and investment. The key is that this warmth is conditional and strategic, deployed to achieve the goal of securing your attachment, though even the manipulator may not fully realize that's what they're doing. This positive beginning serves several functions in the manipulative dynamic. It creates a baseline against which later behavior is measured, so when things get worse, you remember how good it was and believe it can be that way again. It generates goodwill and benefit of the doubt that you'll extend later when you should perhaps be more questioning. It makes you invested in the relationship so you have something to lose by enforcing boundaries or leaving. And it provides the manipulator with capital they can spend later, reminding you of how good they were to you when they want to make you feel guilty or obligated. As the relationship progresses beyond the initial honeymoon phase, you may begin to notice something slightly off, though you probably can't articulate exactly what it is. Minor distortions of truth test tolerance, small lies and exaggerations and revisions of history that make you pause but not quite enough to confront. They might tell a story about something that happened, and details don't quite match what you remember, but the differences are small enough that you assume you must be misremembering. They might describe a conversation you had together, but their version includes things you're fairly certain weren't said, or omits things you're fairly certain were said, but you can't be absolutely sure, so you don't challenge it. They might present their lateness or forgetfulness or small failure as something beyond their control, explaining it in ways that seem slightly off but plausible enough. These minor distortions serve as reconnaissance missions into your reality. The manipulator is discovering whether you'll accept their version of events over your own perceptions. They're learning whether you'll speak up when something doesn't add up or whether you'll doubt yourself and stay silent. They're establishing that truth is negotiable, that reality is whatever they say it is, that your memory and perception might not be as reliable as theirs. Each unchallenged distortion makes the next one easier, makes larger distortions possible, and begins the destabilizing process of making you uncertain about your own grasp on reality. This is the foundation for what might eventually become full-scale gaslighting, but it begins with such small shifts that they seem hardly worth mentioning. The progression of manipulation follows a predictable pattern that accelerates as the manipulator gains confidence in their control and the target becomes more conditioned to comply. Once compliance is achieved, demands slowly escalate, each new request or expectation just a bit more than the last, but never so much more that it represents an obvious breaking point. You agree to something small, perhaps to help them with an errand or to adjust your plans to accommodate theirs, and the manipulator notes your compliance. Next time, the request is slightly larger, takes slightly more of your time or energy or resources, infringes slightly more on your preferences or boundaries. You comply again, perhaps because you already complied before and refusing now would seem inconsistent, or because they frame the new request as continuous with what you already agreed to. The escalation continues, so gradual that at no single point does the increase seem dramatic enough to justify resistance. This is sometimes called the foot in the door technique in psychology, and it's tremendously effective because humans have a drive for consistency. Once we've established ourselves as the kind of person who helps this individual or accommodates this individual or prioritizes this individual's needs, we feel internal pressure to continue being that person. Each act of compliance doesn't just achieve the immediate goal for the manipulator. It also restructures your identity and your relationship in ways that make future compliance more likely. You become someone who does things for them, someone who adjusts, someone who yields, and that identity then pulls you forward into continuing the pattern. As the demands escalate and the relationship dynamics shift in the manipulator's favor, something important happens in your own psychology that helps cement the manipulative pattern. The target adapts to avoid conflict or discomfort. And this adaptation, while perfectly understandable and even sensible in the short term, ultimately serves the manipulator's purposes and deepens your entanglement. Conflict is unpleasant for most people, and the manipulator often makes it especially unpleasant, responding to even mild disagreement with disproportionate hurt, anger, cold withdrawal, or elaborate guilt-inducing monologues. You learn, perhaps without fully realizing you're learning it, that maintaining peace requires managing the manipulator's emotional state. And managing their emotional state requires not asserting your own needs too strongly, not questioning their version of reality too directly, not refusing their requests too often. The short-term reward for this adaptation is immediate. Less conflict, less tension, less of that terrible discomfort that comes from someone being upset with you or disappointed in you or emotionally distant from you. But the long-term cost is profound. You begin organizing your life around avoiding the manipulator's negative reactions. Your decisions are increasingly made not based on what you want or what's right, but based on what will keep the peace. You're no longer living your own life but rather managing someone else's emotional stability. And this becomes so gradual and so constant that you might not even recognize how much of your autonomy you've surrendered until much later, if ever. One of the most characteristic experiences of being in a manipulative relationship is a particular quality of confusion that's hard to describe to someone who hasn't experienced it. Confusion replaces clarity, but nothing feels bad enough to leave, creating a kind of psychological paralysis where you know something is wrong but can't justify taking action about it. In a healthy relationship, you generally have a clear sense of where you stand, what the parameters are, what you can expect. In a manipulative relationship, that clarity erodes. You're never quite sure if you're being reasonable or unreasonable in your concerns. You can't tell if the problem is their behavior or your perception. You feel unhappy or anxious or depleted, but you can't point to anything that clearly constitutes abuse or even mistreatment. There's no dramatic incident you could describe to someone else that would obviously justify leaving. Instead, there's 1,000 small moments of discomfort, a pervasive sense that something isn't right, a growing gap between who you thought you were and who you're becoming in this relationship. When you try to explain to others why you're troubled, your complaints sound petty even to your own ears. They're not hitting you or cheating on you or doing any of the things that society recognizes as clear deal breakers. They're just being difficult, demanding, critical, moody, inconsistent, boundary-pushing, reality-distorting, but never quite crossing into territory that feels unambiguously unacceptable. This ambiguity is part of manipulation's power, keeping you stuck because the threshold for bad enough keeps receding as you adapt to each new level of unacceptable behavior. The insidious nature of manipulation is that it works on you before you even realize you're being worked on. Patterns form before awareness does, which means that by the time you consciously recognize that something manipulative is happening, you've already been shaped by it, already have established responses to it, already are embedded in dynamics that are hard to escape. The manipulator doesn't need your conscious agreement to their program. They just need your unconscious adaptation, and they get that through repetition and consistency. You start anticipating their reactions and adjusting your behavior accordingly without going through conscious deliberation about whether you should. You begin to automatically construct your requests or your expressions of need in ways that you've learned are less likely to trigger negative responses. Without actively thinking, I'm modifying my communication to manage someone else's reactions. You notice yourself feeling anxious about things that wouldn't have bothered you before, guilty about asserting preferences that should be perfectly reasonable, responsible for emotional outcomes that aren't actually your responsibility. These patterns settle into your nervous system, becoming automatic responses that operate below the level of conscious choice. By the time you have enough perspective to think, wait, something is wrong here, the something wrong has already been shaping your daily life and your sense of self for weeks or months or years. You're not just dealing with the manipulator's behavior in the present moment. You're also dealing with all the ways you've already been changed by that behavior, all the patterns that have already formed, all the conditioning that's already occurred. Understanding how manipulators actually operate on a tactical level helps explain why their control often feels ambient rather than direct. The manipulator shapes situations rather than issuing commands, creating circumstances where the choice they want you to make appears to be your own idea or the only reasonable option. This is more sophisticated and more effective than simple orders. A direct command can be refused, can be recognized as someone trying to control you, and sparks resistance in most people. But if the manipulator can arrange things so that doing what they want seems like the natural or obvious choice, then you comply without the psychological resistance that comes from feeling controlled. They might create a situation where not doing what they want would make you look bad or feel guilty. They might present a false dilemma where the options are doing what they want or doing something clearly worse. They might provide information selectively so that, based on what you know, their preferred choice seems wisest. They might express their needs or wants in ways that make it feel cruel not to accommodate them. The genius of this approach is that you feel like you're making free choices, exercising your own judgment, being your own person, when in fact the choice architecture has been constructed to funnel you toward one particular outcome. Later, if you object or want to discuss what happened, the manipulator can truthfully say they never told you what to do. You decided for yourself, and this makes it harder for you to identify what actually occurred or to hold them accountable for the outcome. As the manipulative relationship becomes more established, you may notice yourself changing in ways that you wouldn't have predicted and might not like if you stopped to think about them. The target begins self-censoring to maintain harmony, filtering their thoughts and feelings and expressions before they even fully form, trying to preempt problems by controlling themselves rather than addressing the manipulator's problematic behavior. You find yourself not mentioning things that bothered you because you know bringing them up will cause more trouble than it's worth. You stop sharing good news about your own accomplishments because you've learned it triggers the manipulator's envy or competitive response. You avoid certain topics that you know set them off. You don't invite certain friends around anymore because the manipulator doesn't like them or makes things uncomfortable when they're there. You stop engaging in hobbies or activities that the manipulator has criticized or shown no interest in. Each individual act of self-censorship seems reasonable, a simple choice to avoid unnecessary conflict. But accumulated over time, these small silences add up to a profound muting of yourself. You're no longer bringing your full self to the relationship or perhaps to your life in general. You're presenting a carefully curated version designed to minimize the manipulator's negative reactions. The tragedy is that this feels like your choice, like you're being considerate or pragmatic or mature, when in fact you're being trained to make yourself smaller and smaller, to take up less and less space, to need and want and express less and less, all in service of maintaining a peace that isn't actually peaceful but is just the absence of open conflict. The final stage in how manipulation takes hold is perhaps the most profound and the hardest to undo. Control becomes normalized long before it is recognized, settling into the foundation of the relationship so thoroughly that it becomes part of the baseline, the way things are, rather than something to be questioned or changed. What was once abnormal becomes normal through sheer familiarity and repetition. The strange becomes standard. You forget what relationships or life felt like before this one, or if you remember, those memories seem distant and unrealistic, perhaps too idealistic, perhaps belonging to a younger, more naive version of yourself. You may develop explanations for why this relationship is different, why the rules are different, why what might be unacceptable in other contexts is somehow acceptable here. The manipulators need to know where you are, and who you're with isn't controlling, it's just that they care so much. Their tendency to interpret your independence as rejection isn't a problem with their security, it's just that you're special to them. Their habit of making you responsible for their emotional state isn't unfair. It's just that they're sensitive and you're one of the few people who understands them. These rationalizations become part of your operating system, running in the background, shaping your perceptions without your active awareness. The normalized control becomes invisible precisely because it's everywhere, like the air you breathe, so constant that you stop noticing it. And this is when manipulation has fully taken hold, when it no longer needs to be actively maintained because it maintains itself through your own adapted psychology, your own revised expectations, your own internalized beliefs about what's normal, what's acceptable, what you deserve, and what you can reasonably expect from relationships. Breaking free at this stage requires not just recognizing individual manipulative behaviors, but recognizing and challenging an entire worldview that's been constructed within you, an entire set of assumptions that were installed so gradually you never noticed they weren't originally yours. Now that we understand how manipulation takes root and grows within relationships, we can examine the specific tools manipulators use, the tactical weapons in their arsenal that allow them to achieve their goals while keeping their targets confused and compliant. These tactics are remarkably consistent across different manipulators in different contexts, appearing again and again because they work, because they exploit fundamental aspects of human psychology that most of us share. Understanding these weapons is crucial, not to become cynical about human interaction, but to develop the discernment that allows us to distinguish genuine connection from strategic exploitation. Let us begin with perhaps the most seductive and disarming of all manipulative tactics. Charm uses flattery and special attention to bypass skepticism, wrapping manipulation in such appealing packaging that we welcome it rather than guarding against it. The charming manipulator doesn't come at you with demands or obvious self-interest. Instead, they come bearing compliments, admiration, focused attention that makes you feel seen and valued in ways you may have been hungry for. They notice things about you that others miss, or at least that others don't comment on. They praise your intelligence, your appearance, your talents, your character, often in specific ways that feel genuine rather than generic. They make you feel special, chosen, exceptional, and in that glow of positive attention, your natural skepticism softens. After all, we want to believe that someone sees us this accurately, that we really are as wonderful as they're suggesting, that this connection really is as special as it feels. The charm creates what psychologists call an approach response rather than an avoidance response. We move toward the charmer rather than maintaining cautious distance. We open up rather than protecting ourselves. We trust rather than verifying. And once that trust is established through charm, the manipulator has created an opening for later exploitation. The compliments may become more conditional, the attention may be withdrawn strategically, the special status we were granted may need to be earned again and again. But by then we're invested, we remember how good it felt, and we're willing to do quite a lot to get back into the warmth we experienced at the beginning. Another powerful weapon in the manipulator's arsenal appears reasonable on the surface, even admirable, which is precisely what makes it so effective. Reason manipulates when logic hides missing information. When the manipulator presents an argument that seems rational and well-structured but is actually built on a carefully curated set of facts that omit crucial context. They lay out their case with apparent objectivity, using phrases like, "It only makes sense that," or "logically, we should," or "any reasonable person would agree." They may cite facts, draw on principles you've expressed, point to precedents, all while sounding calm and rational. The manipulation lies not in what they're saying but in what they're not saying, in the information they've left out, in the alternatives they haven't mentioned, in the context they've carefully excluded. They present their preferred option as the obvious conclusion of sound reasoning, when in fact it's the conclusion of deliberately incomplete reasoning. This tactic is particularly effective against people who value rationality and like to think of themselves as logical, because it frames any resistance as emotional or irrational. If you object or hesitate, the manipulator can imply or state outright that you're not being reasonable, that you're letting feelings cloud your judgment, that you're not thinking clearly. This puts you in a difficult position where asserting your actual needs or concerns requires you to either accept being cast as irrational or to work very hard to deconstruct their argument and identify what's missing, which is exhausting and which they can resist by simply presenting more seemingly logical arguments. The appearance of reason becomes a cudgel to beat down your legitimate objections while maintaining the manipulator's position as the rational, clear-headed one. Human psychology includes certain built-in responses that served us well in small communities where cooperation and reciprocity were essential for survival. But these same responses can be exploited in ways that serve manipulation. Reciprocity exploits the discomfort of owing someone, turning our natural inclination to return favors into a tool for extracting compliance. The manipulator does something for you, gives you something, helps you with something, often without your asking and sometimes even when you've declined. They insist they're generous, they brush off your protests that it's too much or unnecessary. Later, when they want something from you, they call in the debt, sometimes explicitly but more often implicitly. They might remind you of what they did for you, or they might not even need to mention it because you remember it yourself and feel the weight of obligation. The discomfort of feeling indebted is powerful enough that many people will agree to things they don't want to do, give more than they can afford, or violate their own boundaries just to clear the ledger and not feel like they owe anymore. The manipulator may have invested relatively little, perhaps something that cost them nothing or that they enjoyed doing, but they've created a sense of debt that they can leverage for something much more costly to you. This tactic is particularly insidious because it takes something that's normally positive, generosity and the reciprocal exchange of help, and weaponizes it. It makes you wary of accepting help or kindness, unsure whether someone is being genuinely generous or setting up a future obligation. It poisons the well of natural human reciprocity by making every exchange potentially strategic, every gift potentially a trap. Perhaps no manipulative tactic cuts quite as deeply as the one that takes your healthy assertions of self and reframes them as moral failures. Guilt-tripping reframes boundaries as selfishness, transforming your completely reasonable needs and limits into evidence of your inadequacy or cruelty. You say no to a request, and the manipulator responds not with acceptance but with wounded expressions of how hurt or disappointed or abandoned they feel. You assert a boundary, and they describe in detail all the ways this boundary will harm them, how much it means they can't count on you, how it proves you don't really care about them. You prioritize your own needs, and they paint this as evidence of your selfishness, your lack of consideration, your failure to be the person they thought you were. The manipulation works by hijacking your conscience, by taking the moral sensitivity that makes you a decent person and turning it against you. You do feel bad when others are hurt. You don't want to be selfish. You want to be the kind of person who shows up for others. The guilt tripper knows this about you and uses it as a pressure point, making you feel like your very reasonable self-care or boundary setting is actually a moral failure. What makes this particularly damaging is that it erodes your ability to trust your own judgment about what's reasonable. If every boundary you set is reframed as selfishness, you begin to wonder if maybe you are too selfish, maybe you are asking too much by wanting time for yourself or by not being available whenever they need you or by having needs of your own. The guilt becomes internalized, so eventually you don't even need the manipulator to make you feel guilty. You feel guilty automatically whenever you consider prioritizing yourself. And this internal guilt becomes a powerful control mechanism that operates even in the manipulator's absence. Some manipulative tactics work through what they withhold rather than what they express, creating punishment through absence rather than presence. Silent treatment punishes without confrontation, withdrawing communication and emotional availability as a response to behavior the manipulator wants to discourage. When you've displeased them, instead of discussing it or working through it, they simply go silent. They don't answer messages, or they answer in curt monosyllables. They become physically present but emotionally absent, looking through you rather than at you, responding to practical necessities but offering none of the warmth or engagement that normally characterizes your interactions. This silence can last hours, days, or even weeks, and its duration is entirely at the manipulator's discretion, ending only when you've sufficiently demonstrated contrition or compliance, or when they've decided you've been punished enough. The silent treatment is extraordinarily painful for most people because humans are fundamentally social beings who need connection and communication. Being frozen out triggers deep anxieties about abandonment and rejection. It creates a desperate desire to fix whatever is wrong, to restore the connection even if what's wrong is that you asserted a boundary or disagreed with the manipulator about something. The power of this tactic lies in its deniability and its efficiency. The manipulator isn't yelling or making accusations, they're just being quiet. And if you object, they can claim they're simply upset and need space, turning your objection into further evidence of your insensitivity. Meanwhile, the punishment is incredibly effective because it requires no effort from the manipulator once deployed, and because it puts all the pressure on you to end it by capitulating, apologizing, or otherwise demonstrating that you've learned not to cross them again. The most devastating manipulative tactics are those that tie our deepest needs to the manipulator's desires, creating impossible binds where getting what we need requires surrendering what we need. Emotional blackmail ties love or approval to compliance, making affection and acceptance explicitly or implicitly conditional on doing what the manipulator wants. The message, delivered through words or actions or both, is clear. If you love me, you'll do this. If you want me to approve of you, you'll agree with this. If you want our relationship to continue positively, you'll comply with this. The emotional blackmailer may use direct statements like, "If you really loved me, you would," or "People who care about each other do this for each other." Or they may communicate the same message more subtly through patterns of warmth following compliance and coldness following resistance. They create a conditional relationship where you're constantly earning their love or approval through your choices, where affection is a reward for compliance rather than a constant underlying reality. This is profoundly damaging because it prevents the development of genuine intimacy, which requires that you can be yourself with your own needs and preferences and boundaries and still be loved. Under emotional blackmail, you can only be loved when you're meeting the manipulator's expectations, when you're being what they want you to be, when you're choosing what they want you to choose. The part of you that's different, that disagrees, that wants something else, that part has to be hidden or suppressed, because revealing it means risking the loss of love or approval. Over time, this creates a profound internal split where you may lose track of who you actually are beneath all the performing and pleasing, and the relationship, rather than being a place where you can be authentically yourself, becomes a stage where you play a role designed to keep the manipulator's affection flowing in your direction. Some manipulative tactics work by inverting the normal power dynamic, making the manipulator appear weak and needy rather than controlling, though the effect is the same. Playing helpless induces obligation through pity, presenting incompetence or incapacity in ways that make you feel you have to step in and take care of things the manipulator could actually handle themselves. They can't figure out technology that they managed fine before. They can't make decisions without your input. They can't handle tasks that they somehow handled when you weren't around. They become mysteriously incapable when your help is available, and they express their helplessness in ways that trigger your caregiving instincts rather than your frustration. They seem so lost, so overwhelmed, so genuinely unable to cope, that it feels cruel not to help. What makes this manipulative rather than a genuine request for help is the pattern and the selectivity. The helplessness appears and disappears based on what serves the manipulator's interests. They're helpless about things they don't want to do, but mysteriously capable when it comes to things they do want to do. Their incompetence results in you taking on responsibilities that should be theirs, simplifying their life while complicating yours, and any suggestion that they could actually handle these things themselves is met with such distress or such a demonstration of catastrophic incompetence that it seems easier to just keep doing it yourself. The manipulation lies in taking your compassion and sense of responsibility and using it to extract caretaking and service that isn't actually needed but that benefits the manipulator by relieving them of unwanted tasks or by keeping you busy and focused on their needs rather than your own life. Related to playing helpless but distinct in its execution is a tactic that uses emotional presentation rather than claimed incompetence. Regression uses childlike behavior to wear others down, with the manipulator adopting the emotional expressions, speech patterns, or behavioral presentations of a much younger person when they want something or want to avoid something. They might pout, whine, use baby talk, throw tantrums, or become petulant in ways that would be normal for a child but are jarring and inappropriate coming from an adult. This behavior serves multiple functions. It can be disarming and even charming at first, making the manipulator seem playful or vulnerable. It can exhaust the target who finds themselves in the unwanted role of parent to an adult who should be their peer, and who eventually gives in to demands just to make the childish behavior stop. It can also deflect accountability, because the manipulator can later claim they were just being playful or emotional, minimizing the seriousness of their demands or the inappropriateness of their behavior. The regression puts the target in an impossible position. Responding to the manipulator as an equal feels wrong because they're not presenting as an equal. They're presenting as a child. But parenting them feels wrong too because they're not actually a child and you're not actually their parent. The confusion this creates, combined with the sheer wearing quality of dealing with adult tantrums or neediness or helplessness, often results in the target simply complying with whatever is wanted just to restore the manipulator to adult functioning, which reinforces the tactic and ensures it will be used again. Some manipulation works by elevating the stakes beyond the immediate interaction, framing choices as moral tests rather than simple preferences or practical decisions. Moral pressure frames disagreement as ethical failure, positioning the manipulator's wants as righteous causes and your resistance as moral deficiency. They don't just want you to do something, they need you to do it because it's the right thing, because it's what good people do, because the moral universe demands it. They might invoke principles you've expressed, values you hold, identities you claim, and suggest that your current resistance contradicts these. If you've said you value family, they'll frame their request as about family loyalty. If you've said you care about fairness, they'll argue that fairness requires you to comply. If you identify as generous or kind or supportive, they'll suggest that those identities are incompatible with refusing them. This tactic is particularly effective because most people have a self-concept they want to maintain, a sense of being a good person who acts according to their values. When someone suggests that a specific action is required by your values, that refusing makes you a hypocrite or morally deficient, it creates internal pressure that the manipulator doesn't have to maintain externally. You pressure yourself, questioning whether maybe they're right, maybe you are being selfish or unfair or unkind, maybe refusing does contradict who you think you are. The manipulation lies in the false equation between the manipulator's specific desire and universal moral principles, in the suggestion that this particular request is ethically non-negotiable when in fact it's just something they want, and framing it as a moral imperative is just a tactic to make you feel like you can't refuse without betraying your own values. Finally, we must acknowledge that some manipulation derives its power not from emotional or relational tactics but from structural positions within hierarchies. Authority roles amplify compliance through status, with manipulators leveraging positions of legitimate authority, whether professional, familial, or social, to extract compliance that goes beyond what their role actually entitles them to. A boss might frame personal requests as professional obligations. A parent might invoke parental authority over an adult child in matters where that authority no longer applies. A religious leader might suggest that their spiritual role grants them decision-making power in their followers' personal lives. A doctor or therapist might use their professional expertise to push patients toward choices that serve the professional's interests rather than the patient's well-being. The manipulation works because we're socialized to defer to authority, to assume that people in positions of power or expertise have legitimate reasons for their directions, to feel uncomfortable questioning or refusing those who outrank us in some hierarchy. The manipulator in an authority role exploits this deference, blurring the boundaries between their legitimate authority and their personal desires, making it unclear where their rightful role ends and their exploitation begins. Refusing becomes not just difficult emotionally but potentially costly practically, risking your job security, your family relationships, your standing in a community, or your access to needed services. This makes authority-based manipulation particularly hard to resist even when you recognize it, because the costs of resistance are real and significant, and the manipulator knows this and uses it as leverage. The tragedy of this form of manipulation is that it corrupts the legitimate functions of authority, making people appropriately wary of structures and roles that could serve positive purposes, poisoning trust in institutions and relationships that depend on some degree of hierarchical structure to function, all because some people in positions of authority choose to exploit that position for personal gain rather than wielding it responsibly for the purposes it was intended to serve. We now arrive at perhaps the most psychologically destabilizing category of manipulation, the tactics that don't just influence behavior or emotion but attack something more fundamental: your sense of reality itself. These are the techniques that leave targets not just compliant but confused, not just hurt but genuinely uncertain about what's real and what isn't, what happened and what didn't, who they are and whether they can trust their own minds. Let us begin with the tactic that has become so recognized in recent years that its name has entered common vocabulary, though the experience it describes has existed as long as manipulation itself. Gaslighting denies facts until the victim doubts memory and perception, a systematic campaign to make you question the reliability of your own senses and recollections. The gaslighter directly contradicts things you know to be true, insisting with utter confidence that events you remember never happened, that conversations you clearly recall never occurred, that things you witnessed with your own eyes didn't happen the way you saw them. They do this not once but repeatedly, not tentatively but with absolute certainty, often accompanied by expressions of concern about your memory or mental state. You know you had a conversation where they promised something, but they insist that conversation never happened and perhaps suggest you dreamed it or confused them with someone else. You saw them do something harmful, but they deny it flatly and propose that you're seeing things or that your perception was distorted by your emotional state. You remember a sequence of events clearly, but they present a completely different sequence with such conviction that you begin to wonder if somehow your memory has failed you. The insidiousness of gaslighting lies in how it accumulates over time. One denial might make you think the gaslighter is mistaken or lying. 10 denials start to make you wonder if something is wrong with your memory. 100 denials, sustained over months or years, can leave you genuinely uncertain about your ability to perceive and remember reality accurately. This is profoundly destabilizing because our sense of self and our ability to navigate the world depend on being able to trust our own perception and memory. When that trust is systematically undermined, we lose our grounding, becoming dependent on others to tell us what's real. And if the person we're depending on is the gaslighter, they've achieved complete control over our reality. Often accompanying gaslighting is a related tactic that works by misattributing responsibility and emotional states, making the target responsible for the manipulator's actions and feelings. Projection shifts blame onto the target, with the manipulator attributing their own thoughts, feelings, or behaviors to you, often the very things they're most guilty of themselves. The manipulator who is being dishonest accuses you of lying. The one who is unfaithful becomes obsessively suspicious of your fidelity. The one who is manipulative insists that you're trying to control them. The one who lacks empathy criticizes your insensitivity. This serves multiple functions simultaneously. It deflects attention from their actual problematic behavior by putting you on the defensive about behavior you're not actually engaging in. It confuses the situation because there's often a grain of accuracy to the accusation, enough that you can find examples to second-guess yourself even though the primary perpetrator of the behavior is actually them, not you. It makes you responsible for fixing or addressing things that aren't actually your problem, absorbing your energy and attention that could otherwise be directed toward recognizing and responding to their manipulation. And perhaps most significantly, projection creates a kind of moral equivalence where any attempt to address the manipulator's behavior can be countered with accusations about your own behavior, making it impossible to have a clear conversation about what's actually happening. You try to discuss their lying, and suddenly you're defending yourself against accusations that you're the real liar. You attempt to address their controlling behavior, and the conversation becomes about how you're trying to control them by bringing it up. The projection creates a hall of mirrors where nothing is clear, where every attempt to identify reality gets reflected back at you in distorted form, and where the manipulator escapes accountability by ensuring that blame is always shared, or better yet, from their perspective, always primarily yours. Some manipulative tactics work not through elaborate argument but through simple conversation-stopping phrases that shut down any attempt at dialogue or clarification. Killer phrases shut down discussion entirely. Short statements deployed strategically to end conversations that the manipulator doesn't want to have. These include phrases like, "You're too sensitive," "You're overthinking this," "That never happened," "You're being dramatic," "I don't want to talk about this," "You're crazy," "You're remembering it wrong," "Can't you just let it go," or "Here we go again." These phrases serve as conversational dead ends, offering no opening for continued dialogue, no acknowledgement of your concerns, no possibility of mutual understanding. They position you as the problem, the one who's making something out of nothing, who won't leave well enough alone, who's defective in your perception or your emotional response. When you try to discuss something that matters to you, something that hurt you or confused you or seems important to address, the killer phrase lands like a door slamming shut. The conversation is over, not because the issue was resolved but because the manipulator has declared it over. And attempting to continue only proves their point that you're being unreasonable or obsessive or unable to let things go. Over time, these phrases train you to not bring things up at all, because you learn that your concerns will be dismissed, your perceptions will be invalidated, and you'll end up feeling worse rather than better for having tried to communicate. The killer phrase is efficient manipulation, requiring minimal effort from the manipulator while being devastatingly effective at preventing accountability and maintaining control over what can and cannot be discussed in the relationship. Not all reality distortion requires outright lies. Sometimes the most effective manipulation comes through careful curation of information rather than fabrication. Selective information control shapes belief without lies, with the manipulator carefully choosing what information you have access to, what you know and don't know, in ways that lead you to conclusions that serve their purposes. They might tell you about events but leave out crucial context that would change your interpretation. They might share others' opinions but only report the opinions that support their position. They might present facts but omit other facts that would paint a very different picture. They might describe their own actions but leave out the motivations or the consequences that would reveal those actions in a more negative light. They might tell you about conflicts with others but only give you their side, making themselves the perpetual victim or reasonable party in situations where, if you heard the other perspective, you'd see things very differently. This tactic is particularly effective because the manipulator can truthfully claim they never lied to you if confronted. Everything they said was true. They just didn't happen to mention other things that were also true. But those omissions were not accidental or innocent. They were carefully calculated to ensure that, with the information you have, you'll think what the manipulator wants you to think, believe what they want you to believe, and make choices that serve their interests. You think you're making informed decisions, but you're actually making decisions based on partial information, and the manipulation lies in what was kept from you, in the shape of the information landscape the manipulator created for you to navigate, in the carefully constructed incompleteness that looks complete from where you're standing. Sometimes manipulation works not through what the manipulator says to you directly but through what others are told and what then comes back to you. Triangulation uses third parties to destabilize confidence, with the manipulator involving other people in your relationship dynamics in ways that undermine your sense of reality and your confidence in your own judgment. The manipulator might tell you that others agree with their assessment of you, that your friends or family members have expressed concerns about your behavior or mental state, that everyone thinks you're overreacting or being unreasonable, that you're the only one who sees things the way you do. They might relay criticism or negative opinions that others supposedly expressed about you, or they might create comparisons between you and others that make you look worse. They might tell different stories to different people so everyone has a slightly different version of events, making it nearly impossible to get clarity or validation because no one else has quite the same information you have. They might position themselves as the reasonable mediator between you and others, the only one who really understands and accepts you despite what everyone else thinks. This triangulation serves multiple purposes. It isolates you by damaging your relationships with others and making you feel like the manipulator is your only ally. It provides false social proof that the manipulator's version of reality is correct, because apparently others agree with them. It makes you doubt yourself because if everyone else sees things the manipulator's way, maybe you really are wrong, too sensitive, mentally unstable, or whatever else you're being told. And it prevents you from getting outside perspective that might help you see the manipulation clearly, because the manipulator has already shaped what others think and has controlled what information they have. The triangulation creates a kind of echo chamber where the manipulator's reality seems to be confirmed from multiple sources, not because it's actually accurate but because the manipulator has orchestrated the information flow to create that appearance. One of the simplest yet most effective tactics for shaping perception doesn't require complexity or subtlety, just persistence. Repetition creates perceived truth through familiarity, with the manipulator stating the same things over and over until they begin to feel true regardless of their actual accuracy. They might repeatedly characterize you in certain ways. You're forgetful, you're irresponsible, you're too emotional, you're not reliable, you're difficult, you're the problem. They say it in different contexts, in different ways, but the core message remains consistent, repeated so often that it starts to seep into your own self-concept. Or they might repeat their version of events, their interpretation of situations, their explanations for problems, with such consistency and frequency that their narrative becomes the dominant one in your mind, the story that comes to you first when you think about what happened. Psychologists have long known that repetition increases belief, a phenomenon called the illusory truth effect. Statements that we've heard multiple times feel more true than statements we've only heard once, regardless of their actual accuracy, because the familiarity created by repetition is unconsciously processed as a signal of truth. Our brains essentially mistake "I've heard this before" for "this is true." The manipulator, whether consciously aware of this principle or operating on instinct, uses repetition to install their preferred reality, their preferred characterizations, their preferred narratives, simply by stating them consistently and frequently. You begin to think of yourself the way they describe you, to remember events the way they describe them, to understand situations through their interpretative frame, not because their version is accurate but because it's the one you've heard most often, the one that's most familiar, the one that's become the default story in your mind. Perhaps the most exhausting form of reality distortion is the kind that doesn't just present one false reality but constantly shifts between competing realities, making it impossible to find stable ground. Contradictory messages create mental exhaustion, with the manipulator saying one thing at one time and the opposite at another time, behaving warmly in one moment and coldly in the next, promising something and then denying they ever promised it, criticizing you for doing something and then criticizing you for not doing that same thing, expressing love and expressing contempt, sometimes within the same conversation. These contradictions are crazy-making because you cannot create a coherent understanding of what's happening or what's expected or who this person actually is. Just when you think you've figured out how to navigate the relationship, the rules change. Just when you adjust to one set of expectations, you're criticized for not meeting different expectations. The manipulator might tell you they value your independence, then punish you when you act independently. They might say they want you to be honest, then react with rage when you're honest about something they don't want to hear. They might insist that a certain event happened and berate you for denying it, then later insist with equal conviction that the same event never happened. This contradictory behavior serves the manipulator by keeping you off balance, constantly trying to figure out what's real and what's expected, expending enormous mental and emotional energy just trying to understand and adapt to an environment that keeps shifting. The exhaustion this creates is not incidental but functional. When you're that tired, that confused, that destabilized, you have fewer resources available to recognize manipulation, to maintain boundaries, to resist demands, or to leave. You're too busy trying to make sense of nonsense to do the harder work of recognizing that sense cannot be made of it and that the contradictions themselves are the tactic. As these reality-distorting tactics accumulate and take their toll, something profound and troubling happens in the target's psychology. The victim begins seeking validation from the manipulator, turning to the very person who's creating confusion as the authority on what's real. When you're unsure whether your memory is accurate, you might check with the manipulator to see if you're remembering correctly, giving them another opportunity to shape your understanding of what happened. When you're unsure whether your reaction is reasonable, you might look to the manipulator to gauge whether you're overreacting, allowing them to define the boundaries of acceptable response. When you're unsure whether your perception of a situation is accurate, you might ask the manipulator what really happened or what it meant, handing them the power to construct reality for you. This seeking of validation from the manipulator is tragically ironic because they're the source of your confusion in the first place. But when your self-trust has been sufficiently eroded, when you've been made to doubt your own mind enough times, the manipulator can seem like the stable reference point, the one who seems certain while you feel uncertain, the one who can provide clarity while you feel confused. They become your interpreter of reality, the lens through which you understand events and yourself. And once they've achieved this position, their control is nearly complete. You're no longer just complying with their wishes or tolerating their behavior. You're actually seeing the world through their eyes, thinking their thoughts after them, doubting what they want you to doubt, believing what they want you to believe, all while thinking these are your own conclusions reached through your own observation and reasoning. The progression of reality distortion leads to an outcome that's more devastating than any single lie or denial. Self-trust erodes faster than external trust, with your confidence in your own mind deteriorating more rapidly and more completely than your trust in any external source of information. You might maintain appropriate skepticism about news sources or claims you encounter in daily life, but you lose skepticism about your own unreliability, coming to believe that your memory is faulty, your perception is skewed, your emotional reactions are disproportionate, your judgment is poor. The manipulator has convinced you not just that they're right about specific things, but that you're fundamentally unreliable as a source of truth. This internal erosion of self-trust is more binding than any external control could be because it means you police yourself. You second-guess yourself before anyone else has a chance to question you. You dismiss your own concerns before expressing them. You talk yourself out of your own perceptions before anyone else has to talk you out of them. You invalidate your own feelings before anyone else invalidates them. The manipulator doesn't need to be present to control your reality because you've internalized their reality distortion so thoroughly that you now do it to yourself. This represents a kind of psychological colonization where the manipulator's voice has become a voice in your own head, where their doubt of you has become your doubt of yourself, where their dismissal of your reality has become your dismissal of your own reality. Recovering from this level of manipulation requires not just distance from the manipulator but a long, difficult process of learning to trust yourself again, to believe that your perceptions and memories and feelings are valid, to reclaim your own mind as sovereign territory rather than contested ground. And so we arrive at the fundamental understanding that makes reality distortion such a powerful form of manipulation. Confusion becomes the manipulator's strongest asset, more valuable than any specific belief they might want you to hold or any specific action they might want you to take. A confused target is a controllable target. When you're unsure what's real, you cannot take confident action. When you're uncertain whether your perceptions are accurate, you cannot trust your own judgment about when to stay and when to leave, when to comply and when to resist. When you don't know what happened or what was said or what was promised, you cannot hold anyone accountable for anything. The confusion creates a kind of paralysis where you know something is wrong but cannot articulate what, where you feel hurt but cannot identify exactly how you were harmed, where you want things to change but cannot specify what needs to change because the problem itself is too slippery to grasp. In this state of confusion, you remain engaged with the manipulator, trying to figure things out, trying to understand, trying to make it make sense, and this engagement is exactly what the manipulator needs. As long as you're confused, you're not leaving. As long as you're trying to understand, you're not protecting yourself. As long as you're questioning your own reality, you're not questioning theirs. The confusion itself becomes the cage, and recognizing this, understanding that confusion is not a bug in the system but a feature of it, that it's not something to be resolved through more effort or better communication but something to be recognized as manipulation itself. This recognition is often the first step toward breaking free from reality distortion and beginning to trust yourself again. Having examined the mechanisms and tactics of manipulation, we must now turn our attention to something equally important but often less discussed: the profound toll this experience takes on those who endure it. Manipulation is not a neutral interaction that simply influences outcomes. It is a form of psychological harm that leaves deep and lasting marks on mental health, emotional well-being, and even physical health. The damage unfolds gradually, accumulating over time in ways that may not be immediately apparent but that can fundamentally alter a person's inner landscape and their relationship with themselves and the world. Let us begin with one of the most pervasive and debilitating effects of sustained manipulation. Chronic manipulation produces anxiety through unpredictability, creating a state of perpetual nervous alertness that exhausts the body and mind. When you're in a manipulative relationship, You can never fully relax because you cannot predict what will happen next, what will trigger a negative response, what version of the manipulator you'll encounter today, what rules will be in effect now. The manipulator might be warm and loving one day and cold and critical the next, with no clear connection between your behavior and their response. Something that was fine yesterday is a problem today. Something they insisted on last week they now deny ever wanting. Their mood shifts unpredictably, and their mood determines the entire emotional climate you're living in. This unpredictability keeps your nervous system in a state of activation, constantly scanning for threats, trying to anticipate problems, attempting to read subtle cues that might tell you what's safe and what's dangerous right now. Your body produces stress hormones, adrenaline and cortisol, preparing you for fight or flight, but there's nothing concrete to fight and nowhere safe to flee to, so the activation just continues, day after day, week after week, sometimes year after year. This chronic anxiety becomes your baseline, the background hum of your existence. You might not even recognize it as anxiety anymore because it's so constant. It just feels like how life is, like reality itself is unstable and threatening. You become jumpy, easily startled, unable to settle. You might have trouble sleeping because your mind won't stop scanning for problems, won't stop rehearsing scenarios, won't stop trying to figure out how to navigate the unpredictability. This anxiety is not a personality trait or a mental illness you coincidentally developed. It is a rational response to genuinely unstable and threatening circumstances, your nervous system doing exactly what it's designed to do in dangerous situations, the tragedy being that the danger is ongoing rather than acute and comes from someone who should be safe rather than threatening. Living with chronic anxiety and the constant demands of navigating manipulation leads inevitably to another pervasive experience that victims describe. Emotional exhaustion becomes constant, a bone-deep tiredness that sleep doesn't resolve and that rest doesn't alleviate. You're tired not just physically but emotionally, tired in your soul, tired of trying to figure things out, tired of managing someone else's emotions, tired of walking on eggshells, tired of doubting yourself, tired of the conflict and the tension and the confusion. Every interaction with the manipulator requires tremendous energy because nothing is straightforward. A simple conversation becomes a minefield. A basic request becomes a negotiation. Expressing a need becomes a risk. You're constantly translating, filtering, strategizing, managing, monitoring yourself and them and the emotional temperature of every moment. This is exhausting work that most people in healthy relationships don't have to do or only have to do occasionally during particularly stressful periods. But in a manipulative relationship, it's constant, it's the price of existing in the relationship at all. And it drains you in ways that are hard to describe to people who haven't experienced it. You might find yourself too tired to see friends, too depleted to engage in hobbies you once enjoyed, too exhausted to do anything beyond the bare minimum required to get through each day. People might think you're lazy or unmotivated or depressed, and they're not entirely wrong about the depression. But they don't understand that your energy is being siphoned off by the constant work of navigating manipulation, leaving nothing left over for anything else. The exhaustion is profound and comprehensive, affecting your ability to think clearly, to feel fully, to care about things, to imagine a different future. You're running on empty, have been running on empty for so long that you barely remember what it felt like to have energy, to have vitality, to have enthusiasm for life. From the combination of anxiety and exhaustion, another mental health consequence often emerges. one that can become severe and even dangerous. Depression emerges from helplessness and isolation, from the growing belief that nothing you do makes a difference and that no one truly understands what you're experiencing. You've tried so many times to make things better, to communicate more clearly, to meet the manipulator's needs more fully, to fix whatever is wrong, and nothing has worked, nothing has fundamentally changed. This creates a profound sense of helplessness, the feeling that you have no control over your own life, that your choices don't matter, that you're trapped in a situation that will never improve. Learned helplessness, as psychologists call it, is a well-documented response to inescapable negative situations, where the organism, having learned that their actions don't influence outcomes, eventually stops trying, stops fighting, sinks into a passive state of resignation. This is depression's foothold. The isolation compounds it because manipulation often involves separating the target from support systems. But even when friends and family are still present, there's a kind of isolation that comes from feeling like no one can really understand what you're going through. You might try to explain and find that your experiences sound too confusing when spoken aloud, too petty or ambiguous, too tangled to convey. Or people might give advice that doesn't fit because they don't understand the real dynamics at play. Or worse, people might tell you to just leave, as though that's simple, as though you haven't thought of that 1,000 times, as though there aren't 100 reasons why leaving feels impossible right now. So you stop trying to explain. You withdraw. You smile and say things are fine. You handle it alone. And this isolation, this sense of being alone with an experience that no one else can see or understand or help with, feeds the depression, makes the darkness deeper, makes the world feel smaller and more hopeless. The depression that emerges from chronic manipulation is often treatment-resistant as long as the manipulation continues, because it's not fundamentally a chemical imbalance or a cognitive distortion. It's a realistic response to genuinely oppressive circumstances. And it lifts not through medication or therapy alone, but through changing or leaving those circumstances, which is precisely what depression makes feel impossible. One of the most insidious effects of manipulation is how it damages your relationship with yourself, how it corrupts your sense of your own value and lovability. Self-worth declines as approval becomes conditional, as you learn that you're only acceptable, only valued, only loved when you meet certain conditions, when you behave in certain ways, when you suppress certain parts of yourself and emphasize others. In healthy relationships, love and respect are relatively stable, not dependent on your moment-to-moment choices or on whether you're currently convenient or agreeable. You can have a disagreement and still be valued. You can prioritize your own needs sometimes and still be loved. You can make mistakes and still be respected. Your worth is inherent, not earned through constant performance. But in manipulative relationships, approval must be earned again and again, and it can be withdrawn at any moment if you displease the manipulator, if you fail to meet their needs, if you assert yourself in ways they don't like. This conditions you to see your own worth as contingent, as something that exists only when you're pleasing others, only when you're being useful or compliant or small enough not to threaten or inconvenience anyone. You begin to believe on a deep level that bypasses rational thought, that you're only valuable when you're meeting others' needs, that your own needs and preferences and boundaries are evidence of your selfishness or inadequacy, that love must be earned through continuous self-sacrifice and self-suppression. Your self-worth, which should be a stable internal foundation, becomes instead a variable dependent on external validation. And when that external validation comes from a manipulator who grants and withdraws it strategically, your sense of worth becomes as unstable as their approval. You feel worthless when they're displeased, desperate to prove your value when they're withholding, briefly okay when they're offering approval, but never secure, never resting in a stable sense that you're fundamentally okay regardless of anyone else's opinion. This erosion of self-worth is one of manipulation's deepest harms because it can persist long after the relationship ends, shaping how you see yourself and what you believe you deserve in all your future relationships. The unpredictability and danger of manipulative relationships create another pervasive psychological effect that impacts daily life profoundly. Hypervigilance develops in response to shifting rules, with your nervous system locked into a state of constant monitoring and threat scanning. You're always alert, always watching, always trying to read the room and gauge the emotional temperature and predict what might happen next. You notice every shift in the manipulator's tone, every change in their expression, every subtle sign that might indicate their mood or intentions. You review conversations obsessively, trying to identify what you might have said wrong, what might have triggered a negative response. You rehearse future conversations, trying to find safe ways to say what needs to be said. You monitor yourself constantly, censoring impulses to speak or act based on your assessment of whether it's safe right now. This hypervigilance is exhausting, and it becomes so habitual that you do it automatically, even when you're not with the manipulator, even in situations where you're actually safe. You might find yourself analyzing text messages for hidden meanings, reading threat into neutral interactions, unable to take anything at face value because you've learned that surface meanings can't be trusted. You might have trouble being present with others because part of your attention is always elsewhere, always scanning, always assessing threat levels. Sleep becomes difficult because your brain won't turn off the surveillance system even when your body desperately needs rest. This constant state of vigilance takes a toll on your nervous system, keeping you in a chronic stress response that your body was never designed to maintain long-term. And it interferes with your ability to relax, to trust, to feel safe anywhere, even in situations that objectively are safe. The mental health impact of sustained manipulation bears striking similarities to other forms of trauma, and recognizing these similarities helps validate the severity of the experience. Trauma responses mirror those seen in abuse, with victims of manipulation experiencing symptoms that overlap substantially with post-traumatic stress disorder. You might have intrusive thoughts about the manipulator or the relationship, thoughts that interrupt whatever you're doing and pull you back into anxiety or fear. You might have flashbacks to particularly painful interactions, experiencing them again with the same emotional intensity as when they first occurred. You might have nightmares, your sleeping mind processing the threat and the confusion and the pain when your waking mind is too overwhelmed to deal with it. You might experience emotional numbness, a shutting down of feeling that protects you from overwhelming pain but that also cuts you off from joy and connection and the full range of human experience. You might avoid people, places, or situations that remind you of the manipulator or the relationship, organizing your life around not triggering these painful associations. You might have strong physiological reactions, racing heart and difficulty breathing and trembling, when something reminds you of the manipulation. These are not signs of weakness or mental instability. These are the normal responses of a normal nervous system to abnormal and threatening circumstances. These are the same responses you'd see in someone who survived a car accident or a natural disaster or combat. because your nervous system doesn't distinguish between different types of threats. It just knows that you were in danger, that you couldn't escape, that you were harmed, and it's trying to protect you from that happening again by staying alert and by avoiding anything that might lead back to that danger. The trauma of manipulation is real trauma, producing real symptoms that can be severe and lasting. And recognizing this is important both for validating the experience and for understanding that healing may require specific trauma-focused approaches, not just general mental health support. The chronic stress of living with manipulation doesn't just affect your mental and emotional state. It affects your body as well, because the mind and body are not separate systems but deeply interconnected. Stress impacts physical health over time, with the constant activation of stress responses taking a toll on virtually every system in your body. Your immune system becomes suppressed, making you more vulnerable to illness. You might find yourself getting sick more often, taking longer to recover, developing chronic health issues that no one can quite explain. Your digestive system is affected, because stress inhibits digestion, leading to problems like chronic stomach pain, nausea, irritable bowel syndrome, changes in appetite. Your cardiovascular system bears the burden of chronic stress hormone elevation, increasing your risk of high blood pressure, heart disease, and stroke over time. Your sleep is disrupted, and chronic sleep deprivation compounds every other health problem while creating new ones, affecting your ability to heal, to regulate emotions, to think clearly, to fight off disease. You might experience chronic pain, tension, headaches from constantly tight muscles, back pain from holding your body in defensive postures, jaw pain from grinding your teeth at night. You might notice your hair falling out, your skin breaking out, your weight changing dramatically in either direction as stress affects your metabolism and your relationship with food. These physical symptoms are not separate from the manipulation. They are direct effects of it, your body manifesting the stress and trauma that you're experiencing. Doctors might treat the symptoms individually without recognizing the underlying cause, prescribing medications for your stomach or your blood pressure or your headaches without addressing the chronic stress that's producing all of these symptoms. And you might feel betrayed by your own body, frustrated that it's falling apart, not recognizing that your body is actually doing exactly what bodies do under sustained threat, sounding every alarm it has to try to tell you that the situation you're in is genuinely dangerous and needs to change. Perhaps one of the most painful transformations that occurs through sustained manipulation is how it changes your relationship with your own needs and wants. Victims internalize blame for normal needs, coming to see their perfectly reasonable human requirements for care, respect, autonomy, and consideration as evidence of their own deficiency or selfishness. The manipulator has repeatedly framed your needs as problems, as excessive demands, as proof that you're high maintenance or selfish or unreasonable. They've made you feel guilty for wanting time for yourself, for needing emotional support, for expecting honesty and consistency, for asking that your boundaries be respected, for wanting to be treated with basic kindness and consideration. Over time, you internalize this framing. You come to see your needs not as legitimate but as burdens you're imposing on others. You feel guilty for needing anything, for wanting anything, for taking up space or requiring care or having preferences that might inconvenience anyone else. You minimize your own needs, telling yourself they don't matter, they're not important, you can do without, you're asking too much. You might even become unable to identify what you need or want because you've suppressed that awareness so thoroughly to avoid the guilt and shame that comes with having needs in a manipulative relationship. This internalized blame is deeply harmful because needs don't disappear when we decide they're illegitimate. They just go unmet, and unmet needs create suffering, resentment, and eventually a kind of internal withering. You become a person who exists for others, who has no legitimate claims of your own, who is always giving and never receiving. And while this might be what the manipulator wanted, it's a betrayal of your own humanity, a denial of the basic truth that you matter, that your needs are valid, that you deserve care and consideration just as much as anyone else does. The cumulative effect of doubt, exhaustion, and constant second-guessing manifests in a very practical way that impacts daily functioning. Decision-making confidence deteriorates, with your ability to make choices, even small ones, becoming increasingly impaired. The manipulator has undermined your trust in your own judgment so thoroughly that you doubt every decision, from major life choices down to trivial daily selections. You stand in front of your closet unable to decide what to wear, paralyzed by uncertainty. You look at a menu unable to choose what to order, worried you'll pick wrong. You face important decisions about work or relationships or life direction, and feel completely unable to trust your own assessment of what's best. Every choice becomes agonizing because you've learned that your choices are wrong. Or at least that's what the manipulator has taught you through their constant correction, criticism, and reality distortion. You might find yourself asking others for input on decisions that you should be able to make yourself, or avoiding decisions entirely, letting things happen by default rather than actively choosing. This decision-making paralysis is frustrating and frightening because it makes you feel incompetent and dependent, unable to direct your own life. But it's not a fundamental deficiency in you. It's a learned response to having your judgment invalidated repeatedly over time. When every decision you make is criticized or undermined or later used against you, you learn to stop trusting your own decision-making process, to doubt every choice before you even make it, to second-guess yourself into a state of paralysis. Recovering the ability to make decisions confidently requires first recognizing that your judgment isn't actually deficient, that you've been taught to doubt yourself by someone who benefited from your doubt, and then slowly, gradually rebuilding trust in your own perceptions and reasoning through making small choices and having them turn out okay, proving to yourself bit by bit that you are capable of navigating your own life. The ultimate cost of sustained manipulation is perhaps the most profound and the most difficult to articulate, a loss that goes to the very core of who you are. Identity slowly dissolves into compliance with the self that you once were, gradually fading away as you become increasingly organized around avoiding the manipulator's negative responses and earning their approval. You stop knowing what you actually like because you've spent so long focusing on what they like. You stop knowing what you believe because you've adopted their beliefs to avoid conflict. You stop knowing what you want because wanting things that differ from what they want has become dangerous. Your preferences, opinions, values, goals, all the things that make you uniquely you, become muted and eventually lost as you reshape yourself into what the manipulator wants or needs or will tolerate. You look in the mirror, if you dare to look at all, and barely recognize yourself. You remember being more confident, more opinionated, more vibrant, more present, more yourself, and you wonder what happened to that person. You wonder if that person was ever real or if you just imagine being more than you are. The dissolution of identity is gradual enough that you might not notice it happening until it's quite advanced, until someone from your past barely recognizes you, until you realize you can't answer simple questions about what you want or who you are because you genuinely don't know anymore. This loss of self is manipulation's deepest wound because it's not just that you've been harmed. It's that you've lost track of who you even are beneath the harm. Recovery requires not just healing from what was done to you, but actually discovering or rediscovering who you are, what you want, what you value, what brings you joy, all the things that manipulation required you to suppress or abandon. It requires rebuilding a self, or perhaps building one for the first time, and this work can be long and difficult and sometimes painful, but it's also necessary and ultimately liberating, because there is no freedom without selfhood, no authentic life without knowing who you authentically are beneath all the adaptation and compliance and survival strategies that manipulation required of you. One of the most puzzling aspects of manipulative relationships, both to those experiencing them and to those observing from the outside, is why leaving seems so difficult, why someone would stay in a situation that's clearly causing harm, why the obvious solution of simply walking away feels impossible to execute. The answer lies not in weakness or poor judgment, but in the powerful psychological mechanisms that manipulative relationships activate, mechanisms that create bonds as strong as any addiction, that make leaving feel not just difficult but genuinely impossible, not just scary but potentially more painful than staying. Understanding these mechanisms helps us see that staying is not a choice born of stupidity or masochism, but a response to genuine psychological processes that override rational decision-making and that can trap even the most intelligent, capable, self-aware individuals. Let us begin with one of the most powerful bonding mechanisms that manipulative relationships employ, one borrowed directly from what we know about how addictions form and persist. Intermittent reinforcement creates addictive hope cycles, establishing a pattern where rewards, in this case love, approval, kindness, or positive attention, come unpredictably, sometimes present and sometimes absent, with no clear connection between your behavior and the reward. In behavioral psychology, intermittent reinforcement is known to create the strongest, most persistent behavioral patterns, far stronger than consistent reinforcement where the reward comes every time. This is why gambling is so addictive. The unpredictability of wins keeps people pulling the lever long after consistent losses should have convinced them to stop. In manipulative relationships, the same principle applies. The manipulator is sometimes wonderful, offering the warmth and connection and validation you crave. But this warmth comes unpredictably, interspersed with periods of coldness, criticism, or withdrawal. You never know which version you'll get. Sometimes being compliant brings reward. Sometimes it doesn't. Sometimes asserting yourself triggers punishment. Sometimes it's tolerated. This unpredictability keeps you engaged, always hoping that the next interaction will be the good one, that if you just find the right approach or the right words or the right timing, you'll get back to those good moments you remember. The hope becomes addictive because it's occasionally rewarded, just often enough to keep you believing that change is possible, that the relationship can be what it sometimes is all the time. This hope cycle is exhausting and ultimately false, because the intermittent reinforcement is often deliberate or at least serves the manipulator's purposes, keeping you engaged and trying rather than giving up and leaving. But breaking free from it requires recognizing that you're in an addictive cycle, that the hope itself has become the trap, and that the occasional good moments don't compensate for or justify the predominant pattern of harm. The beginning of many manipulative relationships involves a specific pattern that accelerates attachment and makes later manipulation more effective. A phase so intense and so intoxicating that it creates a reference point you'll chase for the rest of the relationship. Love bombing accelerates emotional dependency, with the manipulator showering you with attention, affection, compliments, gifts, and expressions of intense feeling early in the relationship, often much earlier than would be typical or appropriate given how well you actually know each other. They might tell you they've never felt this way before, that you're special, that you're soulmates, that they've been waiting their whole life for someone like you. They're constantly in contact, always wanting to see you, making you the center of their world in ways that feel flattering and exciting. They mirror your values and interests, creating an illusion of perfect compatibility. They move fast, talking about future plans, about commitment, about your life together, creating a sense of intimacy and investment very quickly. This love bombing serves multiple purposes. Creates a powerful emotional high, a peak experience that feels like the best relationship you've ever had, that sets a standard you'll compare everything else to. It accelerates attachment, creating strong feelings and investment before you've had time to really know this person, to see their patterns, to notice red flags. Creates a debt of gratitude, where you feel you owe them something for how wonderful they've been to you. And it establishes a baseline that makes later treatment more tolerable by comparison, because you remember how good it was and believe it can be that way again if you just try hard enough. The intensity of love bombing can feel like true love, especially if you've never experienced healthy love and don't know that real intimacy develops gradually, that sustainable affection is steadier and less dramatic, that genuine love doesn't require constant intensity to prove itself. By the time the love bombing phase ends, as it inevitably does, you're already attached, already invested, already believing in a version of the relationship and the person that may never have been real. And this attachment makes leaving feel impossible even as the relationship becomes increasingly harmful. Once strong attachment is established through love bombing and intermittent reinforcement, manipulators often employ a tactic that maintains control through the strategic deployment and withdrawal of the very thing you've become dependent on. Withholding affection enforces obedience, with the manipulator using your attachment to them as leverage by offering warmth and approval when you comply and withdrawing it when you don't. The affection you received so freely during love bombing becomes conditional, something you must earn through proper behavior, through meeting the manipulator's needs, through suppressing your own needs and boundaries. When you please them, affection flows. When you displease them, it disappears, replaced by coldness, distance, silence, or criticism. This creates a powerful conditioning effect where you learn to associate compliance with the comfort of connection and assertion or resistance with the pain of disconnection. Your behavior becomes shaped not by your own values or needs but by what will maintain access to the affection you've become dependent on. This is particularly effective because humans are wired for attachment. We're social creatures who need connection, and the threat of losing connection triggers deep anxieties that can override our rational judgment about whether this particular connection is even good for us. The withholding doesn't need to be dramatic or prolonged to be effective. Even subtle withdrawal, a slight coolness in tone, a reduction in responsiveness, a physical pulling away, can trigger anxiety and compliance in someone who's become attuned to these signals and dependent on the manipulator's approval. Over time, you become hypervigilant to any sign of withdrawal and preemptively modify your behavior to prevent it, which means the manipulator no longer needs to actively withhold. The threat of it, internalized in your mind, does the work for them. Breaking free from this pattern requires recognizing that affection used as a control mechanism isn't love, that real love doesn't need to be earned through obedience. and that the pain of losing manipulative affection, while real, is less than the long-term cost of staying in a relationship where your worth is always conditional. One of the most paradoxical aspects of manipulative relationships is how harm and attachment can become intertwined, creating bonds that are strongest in the most damaging relationships. Trauma bonding links fear with attachment, creating intense emotional connections that form not despite the abuse but partially because of it. Trauma bonds develop when periods of intense negativity, fear, or pain are followed by periods of relief, kindness, or intimacy. The contrast between these states, the movement from fear to safety, from pain to comfort, from rejection to acceptance, creates powerful emotional associations and physiological responses. Your nervous system experiences profound relief when the threat passes, when the manipulator shifts from frightening to comforting, and this relief feels like love, like connection, like coming home. The manipulator becomes simultaneously the source of your pain and your comfort, the threat and the rescue, and this dual role creates a bond that's extraordinarily difficult to break, because leaving means losing not just the relationship but also your primary source of relief from the pain that relationship causes. Trauma bonding explains why the most damaged relationships can feel the most intense, why people in clearly harmful situations describe feeling more attached than they've ever felt, why leaving can feel like tearing yourself away from the most important person in your life even when that person is the one harming you. The bond isn't based on how well you're treated but on the intensity of the emotional experiences and the contrast between the highs and lows. Breaking a trauma bond requires understanding what it is, recognizing that intensity doesn't equal love, that the relief you feel when the bad periods end isn't the same as genuine safety and care, and that the attachment you feel, while real, is a response to a damaging pattern rather than evidence that the relationship is valuable or worth preserving. Sometimes the difficulty of leaving isn't primarily about what the manipulator does but about patterns within yourself, ways of relating that manipulation exploits and intensifies. Codependency ties self-worth to pleasing the manipulator, creating a dynamic where your sense of value and okayness depends on the manipulator's state and your ability to manage it. In codependent dynamics, you become responsible for the manipulator's emotions, happiness, and functioning, and you derive your sense of worth from how well you perform this impossible task. When they're happy, you're okay. When they're upset, you feel like you've failed. Your identity becomes organized around being their caretaker, their emotional manager, their problem solver, their constant support. You neglect your own needs because attending to theirs feels more important, more urgent, more central to your sense of purpose. The manipulator encourages this dynamic because it serves them perfectly, ensuring that you're always focused on them, always working to please them, always taking responsibility for things that should be their responsibility. But codependency also has roots in your own history, perhaps in childhood patterns where your worth was conditional on taking care of others or managing difficult emotional environments. The manipulative relationship activates and intensifies these patterns, making you feel needed in ways that feel like purpose even though they're actually self-abandonment. Leaving feels impossible because it means giving up not just the relationship but also your sense of purpose and identity, confronting the void of not knowing who you are if you're not taking care of someone else. Recovery requires developing a sense of worth that's internal rather than dependent on others' approval or need for you, learning to prioritize your own needs without guilt. and recognizing that relationships should be mutual rather than requiring you to consistently sacrifice yourself for someone else's benefit. Manipulative relationships often involve systematic erosion of connections to others, whether through deliberate effort by the manipulator or through the natural consequences of the relationship dynamics. Isolation weakens external reality checks, cutting you off from friends, family, and other perspectives that might help you see the situation clearly and that might support you in leaving. The isolation might be subtle, the manipulator expressing dislike of your friends or making interactions with them uncomfortable enough that you gradually stop seeing them. Or it might be more direct, the manipulator explicitly forbidding contact or creating consequences when you maintain outside relationships. Sometimes the isolation is less about the manipulator's active interference and more about your own withdrawal, pulling back from others because you're ashamed of the relationship, exhausted from managing it, unable to explain what's happening, or tired of people suggesting you leave when leaving feels impossible. Regardless of how it occurs, isolation serves manipulation by removing sources of perspective that might contradict the manipulator's version of reality, by eliminating support systems that might help you leave, and by making the manipulator your primary or only relationship, increasing your dependence on them. When you're isolated, you have no one to check your perceptions against, no one to validate your concerns, no one to remind you of who you were before this relationship, no one to help you practically or emotionally if you tried to leave. The isolation makes the manipulator's world your entire world, their reality your only reality, their approval your only source of validation. Breaking isolation, even in small ways, is often a crucial step toward leaving, whether that means reconnecting with an old friend, joining a support group, talking to a therapist, or finding online communities where others share similar experiences. These connections remind you that other perspectives exist, that your reality has validity, that life exists beyond this relationship, and that leaving, while difficult, is possible and has been done by others who felt just as trapped as you do now. One of the most painful aspects of why leaving feels impossible is how it requires you to violate values and identities that are central to who you are or who you believe you should be. Leaving feels like betrayal rather than self-protection, like abandoning someone who needs you, like breaking promises you made, like proving yourself to be disloyal or selfish or incapable of commitment. The manipulator often frames the relationship in ways that activate these concerns, emphasizing how much they need you, how you're the only one who understands them, how leaving would destroy them, how you promise to stay, how real love means staying through difficult times. If you have strong values around loyalty, commitment, compassion, or caring for those who struggle, the manipulator's framing makes leaving feel like a betrayal of your own values, like you're being the bad person by prioritizing your well-being over their need. This is especially powerful if the manipulator has mental health issues or difficult circumstances that generate genuine sympathy, because leaving someone who's struggling can feel cruel even when staying is harmful to you. The framing that makes leaving feel like betrayal is often false, because real loyalty shouldn't require you to accept abuse. Real commitment should be mutual rather than one-sided, and real compassion includes compassion for yourself. But recognizing this intellectually doesn't always overcome the deep emotional sense that leaving makes you a bad person. Working through this often requires reframing what loyalty and care actually mean, recognizing that you can care about someone's well-being while also protecting yourself from their harmful behavior, understanding that leaving an unhealthy situation is self-protection rather than betrayal, and accepting that you're not responsible for managing another adult's life or emotions even if they want you to believe you are. Cultural and personal narratives about relationships often emphasize endurance as evidence of love or character, and manipulative relationships exploit these narratives. Loyalty is confused with endurance, with staying through difficulty reframed as proof of your commitment, your strength, your faithfulness. The manipulator may explicitly praise your loyalty, may frame your continued presence despite how they treat you as evidence of your exceptional character, may suggest that others would have left but you're stronger, more understanding, more truly loving. This reframes your entrapment as virtue, your inability to leave as admirable persistence, your tolerance of mistreatment as evidence of your superior capacity for love. It makes leaving feel like failure, like giving up, like proving yourself to be weak or shallow or incapable of real commitment. But there's a crucial distinction between healthy endurance through difficult circumstances, staying with someone through illness or hardship or temporary struggle, and unhealthy endurance of mistreatment, staying in a situation where you're being harmed not because circumstances are difficult but because one person is choosing to treat another person poorly. The first is admirable, the second is self-destructive. Real loyalty doesn't require you to accept abuse. Real strength sometimes means leaving rather than staying. Real love is mutual rather than requiring one person to endure mistreatment to prove their worth. Recognizing that leaving can be the brave choice, that protecting yourself is legitimate and necessary, that endurance of harm isn't virtue but often trauma response or lack of options. This recognition is crucial to being able to leave when leaving is what you need to do for your own well-being and future. Perhaps the most heartbreaking reason why leaving feels impossible is the way manipulation can reorder your priorities and fears in ways that work against your own interests. The victim fears abandonment more than harm, prioritizing connection over safety, acceptance over well-being, the pain of being alone over the pain of being mistreated. This fear makes staying, even in harmful situations, feel safer than leaving because at least while you're staying you have the relationship, dysfunctional though it may be, while leaving means facing the unknown, facing aloneness, facing the fear that no one else will want you or love you or tolerate you. The manipulator often cultivates this fear, suggesting that you're lucky they accept you despite your flaws, that no one else would put up with you, that you'll never find anyone else, that you'll be alone forever if you leave. Even without these explicit messages, if your self-worth has been eroded enough, you might believe these things yourself, might genuinely fear that this relationship, harmful as it is the best you can do, the most you deserve, the only connection available to you. This makes leaving feel like stepping off a cliff into emptiness, and staying, even with ongoing harm, feels like at least you have ground beneath your feet. Recovery requires rebuilding enough sense of self-worth to believe you deserve better, developing enough self-sufficiency to know you can survive and even thrive alone if necessary, and recognizing that aloneness, while sometimes uncomfortable, is not the catastrophe you've been taught to fear and is certainly preferable to connection that requires you to betray yourself or accept ongoing harm. The fear of abandonment is real and understandable, but it shouldn't determine your choices when the alternative to abandonment is accepting treatment that damages your mental health, your sense of self, and your future possibilities. Finally, one of the most confusing aspects of manipulative relationships is how control can masquerade as something positive, something caring, making it difficult to recognize the harm even as you're experiencing it. Control becomes mistaken for care, with the manipulator's monitoring, restriction, and management of your life reframed as evidence that they care about you, that they're invested in you, that they're protecting you or looking out for your best interests. They need to know where you are because they worry about you. They restrict who you see because they want to protect you from bad influences. They make decisions for you because they care about your well-being. They get upset when you're independent because they love you so much they can't bear to be apart. This reframing is powerful because we want to believe that people who care about us have good intentions, and because control often does coexist with some genuine caring, or at least with genuine emotional investment. The manipulator may genuinely feel the emotions they express. They may genuinely want you in their life and fear losing you. But wanting someone in your life isn't the same as respecting their autonomy, and caring about someone doesn't entitle you to control them. Real care supports your growth and independence. Real love trusts you to make your own choices. Real investment in someone's well-being means wanting them to thrive, not keeping them dependent or restricted for your own comfort. Recognizing control as control rather than care requires looking at the effects rather than the stated intentions. Recognizing that regardless of why someone is controlling your life, the effect is harmful, and understanding that you deserve relationships where care means supporting your autonomy rather than restricting it, where love means trust rather than surveillance, where commitment means partnership between equals rather than one person managing and restricting the other. Manipulation does not occur in a vacuum, emerging purely from the manipulator's tactics and the target's responses. Rather, it flourishes in particular conditions, taking root most easily in certain psychological states, social contexts, and cultural environments that provide fertile ground for its growth. Understanding these conditions helps us see that falling victim to manipulation is not a personal failing but often the result of circumstances that would make many people vulnerable, that create openings manipulation can exploit. It also helps us identify the broader systems and contexts that enable manipulation to persist, suggesting that addressing it requires not just individual awareness but also cultural and social change. Let us begin with one of the most significant individual vulnerability factors, a psychological state that manipulation both exploits and intensifies. Low self-esteem increases susceptibility, creating openings that manipulators can identify and leverage. When you don't value yourself highly, when you doubt your own worth and lovability, when you believe on some level that you're fortunate anyone wants you at all, you're less likely to enforce boundaries, less likely to question treatment that feels wrong, less likely to believe you deserve better. Low self-esteem makes the manipulator's negative messages about you more believable because they confirm what you already suspect about yourself. It makes their occasional positive attention more powerful because it contradicts your negative self-image in ways that feel wonderful, making you desperate to maintain that validation. It makes leaving feel impossible because you don't trust that you could find anything better, that anyone else would want you, that you have the capability to navigate life independently. Manipulators often target people with low self-esteem, whether consciously or instinctively, because they're easier to control, more grateful for minimal positive attention, more willing to accept less than they deserve. The manipulation then further erodes self-esteem through criticism, reality distortion, and the attribution of blame, creating a vicious cycle where low self-esteem makes you vulnerable to manipulation, and manipulation lowers your self-esteem further, making you even more vulnerable and less able to leave. Breaking this cycle requires building self-worth from internal sources rather than external validation, learning to value yourself regardless of others' opinions, and recognizing that you deserve respect, honesty, and care not because you've earned it through perfect behavior but simply because you're a human being with inherent worth. Personal history plays a crucial role in determining vulnerability to manipulation, particularly when that history includes experiences that taught problematic lessons about relationships. Past trauma normalizes control, making manipulative dynamics feel familiar rather than alarming, comfortable in their discomfort rather than obviously wrong. If you grew up in an environment where love was conditional, where approval had to be earned, where adults were unpredictable or controlling, where boundaries were violated or ignored, then manipulative relationships can feel like home. The dynamics that should trigger alarm instead trigger recognition. This is what relationships feel like, this is how love works, this is normal. You may not have a clear sense of what healthy relationships look like because you never experienced them consistently, so you have no baseline to compare against, no internal reference point that would help you recognize that what's happening isn't okay. Trauma also affects your nervous system and your relational patterns in ways that can make you more vulnerable. You might have developed a fawn response to threat, automatically trying to please and appease rather than fight or flee, which makes you an ideal target for manipulation. You might have learned to suppress your own needs and feelings to keep environments calm, a skill that serves manipulation perfectly. You might have trauma bonds in your history that taught you to associate intensity and pain with love, making manipulative relationships feel more real and more meaningful than healthier but calmer alternatives. Recognizing how past trauma creates vulnerability isn't about self-blame. You didn't choose your history, and the patterns you learned were adaptive in the environments where you learned them. But recognizing these patterns is important for healing because it helps you see that your vulnerability to manipulation isn't about fundamental deficiency but about learned responses that made sense once but that can be unlearned and replaced with healthier patterns. Cultural and social conditioning creates vulnerability factors that affect almost everyone to some degree, teaching us behaviors that manipulation can exploit. Politeness norms inhibit resistance, making it difficult to assert boundaries, refuse requests, or call out problematic behavior without feeling rude, unkind, or socially inappropriate. We're socialized, particularly women but to some extent everyone, to be nice, to not make scenes, to avoid conflict, to consider others' feelings, to give people the benefit of the doubt. These are not bad qualities in appropriate contexts, but they become vulnerabilities when dealing with manipulators who exploit social norms to prevent resistance. When someone violates your boundaries in a social setting, politeness norms make you hesitant to object clearly because doing so would be making a big deal of something or being dramatic. When someone makes an unreasonable request, you might comply because refusing feels rude or unkind even when the request itself was inappropriate. When someone is treating you poorly, you might stay silent because calling it out would create awkwardness or tension that you've been taught to avoid. Manipulators, whether consciously or instinctively, rely on these norms, counting on your hesitation to be rude or difficult to prevent you from protecting yourself effectively. They frame your resistance as the social violation rather than their manipulation, making you the problem for objecting rather than them being the problem for manipulating. Breaking free from this often requires giving yourself permission to be rude, when necessary, to prioritize your well-being over social smoothness, to recognize that someone who exploits your politeness to harm you has forfeited their claim to polite treatment. Real kindness includes kindness to yourself. And real social skills include the ability to assert boundaries even when doing so creates temporary discomfort. Circumstantial factors can dramatically increase vulnerability to manipulation by reducing the cognitive and emotional resources you have available to recognize and resist it. Stress reduces critical thinking, making you more vulnerable precisely when you can least afford to be. When you're dealing with major life stressors, work pressure, financial difficulties, health problems, family crises, grief, or any of the countless challenges life presents, your cognitive resources are already taxed. You have less mental energy available for careful analysis of relationships, for questioning what you're being told, for recognizing subtle warning signs. You're more likely to accept things at face value because you don't have the capacity to dig deeper. You're more likely to comply with requests because resistance requires energy you don't have. You're more likely to doubt your own perceptions because you know you're not at your best, not thinking clearly, not as sharp as you usually are. Manipulators often exploit periods of stress, either taking advantage of stress that already exists or deliberately creating stress to reduce your ability to resist. They might pick fights when you're already dealing with work pressure, make demands when you're already exhausted, introduce confusion when you're already struggling to manage other complexities. The stress-induced vulnerability is temporary. When circumstances stabilize and stress reduces, you might look back and wonder how you failed to see what was happening. But in the moment, stress creates genuine cognitive impairment that manipulation can exploit. Recognizing this suggests the importance of being especially cautious about new relationships or major relationship decisions during high-stress periods, and of seeking support and outside perspective when you're stressed and potentially vulnerable to manipulation you might not recognize on your own. Once a relationship is established, certain psychological tendencies make it difficult to recognize manipulation even when evidence accumulates. Cognitive biases reinforce trust once established, with our minds working to maintain consistency with initial assessments rather than updating beliefs based on new information. If you initially assess someone as trustworthy, kind, or safe, you'll tend to interpret subsequent behavior in ways that confirm that assessment, dismissing or minimizing evidence that contradicts it. This is confirmation bias, the tendency to notice and remember information that supports what we already believe while overlooking or forgetting information that challenges it. It's compounded by the sunk cost fallacy, the tendency to continue investing in something because we've already invested so much, even when the rational choice would be to cut our losses. You've invested time, emotion, energy, perhaps money or major life decisions in this relationship, and that investment makes you motivated to believe it was worthwhile, to interpret problems as temporary or fixable rather than fundamental. There's also cognitive dissonance, the discomfort that comes from holding contradictory beliefs, which your mind resolves by changing one of the beliefs to make them consistent. If you believe, I make good decisions about relationships, and also recognize, this relationship is harmful, the dissonance is uncomfortable. It's often easier to modify the second belief, deciding the relationship isn't actually that bad or that the problems are your fault or temporary, than to modify your self-concept by admitting you made a poor choice. These biases are normal human cognitive tendencies, not signs of stupidity, and manipulators benefit from them whether they understand the psychology or just intuitively recognize that people tend to give them the benefit of the doubt once trust is established. Overcoming these biases requires conscious effort, deliberate attention to disconfirming evidence, willingness to admit error, and often outside perspective from people who don't share your investment in maintaining the relationship. Manipulation is not just an interpersonal phenomenon but can also be a group dynamic. And group contexts create particular vulnerabilities that individual contexts don't. Group settings normalize abusive dynamics, with the presence of others who accept or participate in manipulation making it seem more acceptable and making resistance more difficult. If you're in a workplace, family, religious community, or social group where manipulative behavior is common and accepted, where everyone else seems to tolerate it, where objecting would isolate you from the group, you're more likely to accept it yourself. The group creates social proof that this is normal, that this is how things work here, that your discomfort is the problem rather than the behavior causing the discomfort. Groups can also create diffusion of responsibility, where everyone assumes someone else will intervene or object, so no one does. They can create pluralistic ignorance, where everyone privately has concerns but assumes everyone else is fine with it, so everyone stays silent to avoid standing out. In group manipulation, there's often a central manipulator but also enablers who support or excuse the manipulation, flying monkeys who carry out the manipulator's agenda, and bystanders who witness but don't intervene. These roles reinforce the manipulation and make resistance more costly because you're not just confronting one person but potentially an entire system. Leaving or objecting might mean losing not just one relationship but an entire community, a social identity, perhaps a livelihood. The group setting provides the manipulator with protection and power they wouldn't have one-on-one, and it isolates targets who already face the usual challenges of recognizing and escaping manipulation while also facing group pressure to comply and remain silent. Cultural narratives shape what we consider normal or even desirable in relationships, and some of these narratives provide cover for manipulation. Cultural narratives romanticize jealousy and control, framing possessiveness as evidence of love, monitoring as evidence of caring, isolation from others as evidence of special connection. Movies, songs, books, and social media often portray jealousy as flattering, as proof that someone cares enough about you to feel threatened by potential rivals. They show controlling behavior as protective, as evidence of someone being invested in your safety and well-being. They depict intense, dramatic, all-consuming relationships as the ideal, as real love, while portraying calm, stable, respectful relationships as boring or less meaningful. These narratives make it difficult to recognize manipulation when it appears in these romanticized forms. When someone is jealous and possessive, you might interpret it as evidence they love you deeply rather than recognizing it as a red flag for control and potential abuse. When someone wants to spend all their time with you and gets upset when you maintain outside friendships, you might feel flattered by their intense desire for your company rather than concerned about isolation. When someone has strong emotional reactions to your choices, you might interpret their intensity as passion rather than manipulation. These cultural narratives are particularly dangerous for young people who are forming their understanding of relationships and who may have limited experience with healthy alternatives. Challenging these narratives requires recognizing that real love respects autonomy, that healthy relationships include space and outside connections, that intensity isn't the same as intimacy, and that jealousy and control are warning signs, not compliments, regardless of how romance culture frames them. Practical circumstances can create or intensify vulnerability to manipulation by making leaving genuinely difficult or dangerous beyond just the psychological challenges. Financial or emotional dependence traps victims, creating real-world barriers to escape that exist alongside the psychological barriers. Financial dependence might mean you cannot afford housing, food, healthcare, or other necessities without the manipulator, making leaving feel impossible without addressing the practical realities of survival. This is especially true if the manipulator has deliberately created or intensified financial dependence by discouraging you from working, controlling finances, sabotaging your employment, or creating debt. Emotional dependence might mean the manipulator has become your primary or only source of emotional support, that they've isolated you from others, or that you've withdrawn from others to the point where leaving means facing profound loneliness with no support system. Children create another form of dependence, with victims staying in manipulative relationships because leaving might mean reduced access to children, financial hardship that affects children's well-being, or fear of what the manipulator might do to turn children against them. Health issues, immigration status, lack of education or job skills, disability, age, and countless other practical factors can make dependence real and leaving genuinely dangerous or difficult. These practical barriers are often deliberately created or exploited by manipulators who recognize that making someone dependent makes them controllable. Addressing manipulation in these contexts requires not just psychological support but practical support. Financial assistance, housing, legal advocacy, job training, childcare, and concrete resources that address the real-world barriers to leaving. The psychological work of recognizing manipulation and choosing to leave is only part of the challenge when practical dependence exists. Technology has created new contexts where manipulation can occur and new forms that manipulation can take, expanding the venues and tools available to manipulators. Digital spaces enable new manipulation forms, with technology providing manipulators with unprecedented access, information, and control. Social media allows monitoring of targets' activities, connections, and communications in ways that would have been impossible before. Location tracking through phones provides constant surveillance. Text and messaging create records that can be used to gaslight, to take things out of context, or to maintain contact when physical distance exists. Online platforms allow manipulators to control targets' social realities by managing what information they see, who they connect with, and how they're perceived by others. Technology enables isolation by providing alternative means of connection that can replace in-person relationships while being more easily controlled by manipulators. It enables new forms of harassment and stalking that don't require physical proximity. It allows manipulation to continue across distance and time in ways that previous generations of manipulators couldn't achieve. Digital manipulation can be particularly confusing because it happens through a medium that feels less real than face-to-face interaction, but that has real psychological effects. The permanence of digital communication, the ability to review and re-review messages, can be used both by manipulators to reinforce their narratives and by targets to document what's actually happening. Technology is a tool that can serve either manipulation or resistance. and understanding how it functions in both capacities is increasingly important as more relationships and interactions occur at least partially in digital spaces. Finally, manipulation persists not just because of manipulators and vulnerable targets, but because of broader social dynamics that enable it to continue unchallenged. Silence from bystanders strengthens the pattern, with witnesses to manipulation choosing not to intervene, not to speak up, not to support targets, allowing manipulation to continue and even implicitly endorsing it through their silence. Bystanders might stay silent because they don't want to get involved, because they fear becoming targets themselves, because they don't know what to do, because they tell themselves it's not their business, because they don't recognize what they're seeing as manipulation, or because social norms dictate staying out of others' relationships. But silence, however well-intentioned or understandable, functions as permission. It tells the manipulator that their behavior is acceptable or at least tolerable. It tells the target that no one will help, that they're alone, that perhaps what's happening isn't serious enough to warrant intervention. It allows manipulation to occur in community spaces, workplaces, families, and social groups without consequences, making these contexts safe for manipulators and unsafe for targets. Breaking the silence doesn't necessarily mean dramatic intervention, though sometimes that's needed. It can mean expressing concern privately to a target, offering support, providing information about resources, naming problematic behavior when you see it, refusing to enable or excuse manipulation, believing targets when they share their experiences, and creating spaces and communities where manipulation is not tolerated and where calling it out is supported rather than punished. Manipulation thrives in silence and shadow. Bringing it into light, speaking about it, refusing to be silent in its presence. These are acts that weaken its power and create environments where it's less likely to flourish and where targets are more likely to find the support they need to recognize it and escape. After exploring the mechanisms, costs, and contexts of manipulation, we arrive at perhaps the most crucial question. How do we recognize it when we're in it, and how do we defend ourselves once we've recognized it? This is not always straightforward, because manipulation by its nature obscures itself, creates confusion, makes recognition difficult. But there are signals, patterns, and strategies that can help cut through the fog, that can restore clarity when reality has been systematically distorted, that can help you protect yourself even when protection feels impossible. Let us explore these tools for seeing clearly and defending your autonomy, your reality, and your sense of self. The first and perhaps most reliable indicator that manipulation is occurring is not found in analyzing the other person's behavior, but in paying attention to your own internal experience. Persistent guilt, fear, or confusion signal manipulation, creating an emotional landscape that healthy relationships simply don't produce. In a healthy relationship, you might occasionally feel guilty when you've genuinely done something wrong, but the guilt is proportionate, tied to specific actions, and resolvable through making amends. In manipulation, guilt is constant, disproportionate, often disconnected from any genuine wrongdoing, and seems impossible to resolve no matter what you do. You feel guilty for having needs, for setting boundaries, for spending time with others, for not being enough, for being too much, for existing in ways that inconvenience the manipulator. Similarly, fear in healthy relationships is rare and tied to specific, genuine threats. In manipulation, fear becomes a constant companion, fear of the manipulator's reactions, fear of their withdrawal, fear of making mistakes, fear of being yourself. And confusion, while it might occasionally arise in healthy relationships around genuinely complex situations, shouldn't be your predominant experience. In manipulation, confusion is constant. You're perpetually uncertain about what's real, what happened, what was said, what you're allowed to feel, whether your perceptions are accurate. If you find yourself chronically experiencing guilt, fear, or confusion in a relationship, that's not about your oversensitivity or your flaws. That's a signal that something is fundamentally wrong with the relationship dynamics. These feelings are your internal alarm system telling you that you're not safe, that your reality is being distorted, that your boundaries are being violated. Learning to trust these internal signals, to treat them as information rather than problems to be solved or evidence of your deficiency, is crucial to recognizing manipulation when you're experiencing it. One of the most reliable tests for distinguishing healthy relationships from manipulative ones involves observing what happens when you express disagreement or assert difference. Healthy relationships allow disagreement safely, creating space for two people to have different perspectives, preferences, needs, or opinions without either person being threatened or punished. In a healthy relationship, you can say no without catastrophic consequences. You can express a different viewpoint without the other person treating it as betrayal or attack. You can have preferences that differ from theirs without those differences becoming relationship-ending crises. There might be disappointment, there might be negotiation, there might be discussion about how to accommodate different needs. But there isn't punishment, withdrawal, rage, or systematic campaigns to make you wrong for being different. In manipulation, disagreement is dangerous. Saying no triggers guilt trips, silent treatment, anger, or elaborate demonstrations of how hurt or abandoned or betrayed they feel. Having different preferences gets interpreted as lack of love or loyalty. Expressing different perspectives leads to being told you're wrong, too sensitive, remembering incorrectly, or deliberately trying to hurt them. The manipulator treats your autonomy, your separateness, your difference, as threats that must be neutralized rather than as natural aspects of being two distinct individuals in relationship. This inability to safely disagree is one of the clearest markers distinguishing manipulation from healthy connection, and recognizing it can help you see manipulation even when other signs are ambiguous or confusing. If you find yourself afraid to disagree, if you automatically suppress your own perspectives to avoid conflict, if expressing difference feels dangerous, you're not in a healthy relationship regardless of what else might be good about it or how the other person might explain their reactions. One of the most powerful tools for both recognizing manipulation and defending against it is something many people struggle to implement, yet its effectiveness is remarkable. Boundaries expose manipulation immediately, revealing the true nature of relationship dynamics in ways that can be startling. A boundary is simply a statement of what you will and won't accept, what you need, what your limits are, expressed clearly and maintained consistently. In healthy relationships, reasonable boundaries are respected. There might be discussion or negotiation, but the fundamental right to have boundaries is acknowledged. In manipulation, boundaries are treated as problems to be overcome, as evidence of your selfishness or lack of love, as challenges to be defeated. When you set a boundary, watch what happens. Does the person respect it even if reluctantly? Or do they violate it while claiming they forgot, didn't understand, didn't think you really meant it? Do they respect it once but then gradually erode it over time? Do they turn the boundary into a referendum on your character or your commitment to the relationship? Do they punish you for having boundaries through withdrawal, guilt-tripping, or other consequences? The manipulator's response to boundaries reveals their true agenda. Because boundaries interfere with manipulation, they prevent the access and control that manipulation requires. Setting boundaries is uncomfortable, especially if you're not used to it, especially if you've been conditioned to believe that boundaries are selfish or that love means having no limits on what you'll accept. But boundaries are essential for healthy relationships and for your own well-being. And the discomfort of setting them is far less than the long-term cost of living without them. Moreover, boundaries serve a dual purpose. They protect you by limiting harmful behavior, and they provide diagnostic information by revealing whether you're dealing with someone who respects your autonomy or someone who sees your autonomy as an obstacle to be overcome. When dealing with manipulation, particularly the reality-distorting tactics like gaslighting, one strategy matters more than almost any other. Consistency is more important than explanation, meaning that maintaining your position, your boundary, your perception of reality matters more than being able to justify it to the manipulator's satisfaction or convince them of its validity. Manipulators are skilled at drawing you into circular arguments where you try to explain and justify yourself, and they systematically dismantle every explanation, question every justification, demand more and more proof or reasoning until you're exhausted and confused. They're not actually trying to understand, they're trying to wear you down until you abandon your position. Recognizing this pattern allows you to change your approach. Instead of explaining why you need a boundary or why you're saying no or why you remember something differently, you simply maintain your position. I'm not available for that. No, that's not how I remember it. I need this boundary. I'm not discussing this further. You don't need to justify your no to someone who's not genuinely trying to understand but is strategically trying to eliminate your no. You don't need to prove your memory to someone who's invested in making you doubt it. You don't need permission to have boundaries or needs or perceptions. Consistency without elaborate explanation can feel uncomfortable because we're taught that we should be able to explain ourselves, that reasonable people provide reasons, that clarity comes through discussion. But with manipulators, explanation just provides more material for them to work with, more angles for them to attack, more ways to draw you into confusion. Sometimes the clearest, strongest position is simply stating what's true for you and refusing to be moved from it regardless of their response. This doesn't mean being inflexible in healthy relationships where genuine mutual understanding is happening. It means recognizing when you're not in a mutual conversation but in a manipulative interaction, and responding accordingly by maintaining consistency rather than exhausting yourself trying to convince someone who's not actually open to being convinced. For those experiencing gaslighting or other reality-distorting tactics, one practical strategy can make an enormous difference in maintaining clarity. Documentation counters gaslighting, providing external records of what was actually said, what actually happened, what was actually agreed to, in ways that your memory alone cannot. When someone is systematically denying conversations happened, insisting events unfolded differently than you remember, claiming they never said things you clearly recall them saying, having documentation provides grounding. This might mean keeping a journal where you record significant conversations and events soon after they happen while details are fresh. It might mean saving text messages and emails rather than deleting them. It might mean, in some situations, recording conversations where legal and appropriate. The documentation serves multiple purposes. It helps you trust your own memory when someone is trying to make you doubt it, providing concrete evidence that yes, that conversation did happen, no, you're not misremembering what was said. It can be used to confront the manipulator with evidence. Though be aware this often doesn't produce acknowledgement but instead produces new manipulative tactics like claiming you're being controlling by keeping records or accusing you of not trusting them. Most importantly, documentation helps you see patterns that individual incidents might not reveal. When you can look back at weeks or months of records, the patterns of manipulation become visible in ways they might not be when you're just trying to remember individual interactions. You see that they've moved the boundary 3 times this month, or that they've denied 5 different conversations that you recorded happening, or that the thing they're now claiming they always wanted is directly contradicted by what they said last week. This pattern recognition can be the clarity that finally breaks through the confusion manipulation creates. Documentation is particularly valuable if you eventually decide to leave and need to explain the situation to others, to authorities, to courts, because manipulation is notoriously difficult to convey in ways that people who haven't experienced it can understand. Having records can make the invisible visible, can prove patterns that sound implausible when described but are undeniable when documented. One of manipulation's greatest strengths is the isolation and reality distortion it creates, making you doubt your own perceptions and judgments. Countering this requires bringing in perspective from outside the manipulative system. External perspectives restore reality, providing reference points beyond the manipulator's version of events and beyond your own increasingly confused understanding. This might mean talking to friends or family members about what's happening and listening seriously when they express concern. It might mean working with a therapist who can help you identify unhealthy patterns. It might mean reading about manipulation and recognizing your experiences in others' descriptions. It might mean joining support groups where people with similar experiences can reflect back to you that no, you're not crazy, yes, what's happening is real, yes, it's as harmful as it feels. External perspectives matter because manipulation creates a closed system where only 2 realities exist: yours and the manipulator's, and the manipulator is actively working to make you doubt yours and adopt theirs. Bringing in third parties breaks open that closed system, introducing additional perspectives that can help you calibrate reality. When multiple people who care about you are expressing concern, when a therapist is identifying patterns as manipulative, when you read descriptions of manipulation and feel like you're reading your own story, that's information you need to take seriously rather than dismissing it because the manipulator has convinced you that everyone else just doesn't understand or that they're trying to turn you against someone who loves you. Obviously, not all external perspectives are equally valuable. Some people are misinformed or have their own agendas. But when people who generally have good judgment and who care about your well-being are consistently concerned about a relationship, that pattern of concern deserves serious attention. One of the bravest things you can do when you suspect manipulation is to describe the relationship honestly to someone you trust and then actually listen to their response rather than defending the manipulator or explaining away the concerns. Their outside perspective, unclouded by the emotional investment and confusion that you're experiencing from inside the relationship, might see clearly what you cannot yet see yourself. Knowledge itself can be a powerful defense against manipulation because manipulation relies partly on tactics being unrecognized. Naming tactics reduces their power, transforming confusing experiences into identifiable patterns that you can recognize and respond to. When you learn that what you're experiencing is called gaslighting, suddenly the crazy-making confusion makes sense. When you learn about intermittent reinforcement, you understand why you can't stop hoping things will get better. When you learn about trauma bonding, you understand why you feel so attached despite being harmed. When you learn about DARVO, deny, attack, reverse, victim and offender, you recognize why every time you try to address a problem, you end up being the one apologizing. The names and frameworks for understanding manipulation don't make it hurt less immediately, but they restore your ability to think clearly about what's happening. They validate your experience by showing you that what you're experiencing is real, recognized, documented, that it happens to others, that it has names and patterns and is not just your personal confusion or failure. They help you predict what might happen next based on known patterns rather than being constantly surprised and off balance. They help you explain to others what's happening in ways that might be understood better than your attempts to describe the confusing specific incidents. And perhaps most importantly, naming tactics helps you stop personalizing manipulation, stop believing it's about your specific flaws or failures. When you recognize that what's happening to you happens to many people, that the tactics are standard techniques manipulators use regardless of who their targets are, you can start to see that the problem isn't fundamentally about you but about the manipulator's choice to use these tactics. This doesn't necessarily make leaving easier or make the pain go away, but it restores a kind of clarity and agency that manipulation systematically tries to destroy. The process of recognizing and naming manipulation, of setting boundaries and maintaining consistency, of seeking external perspective and documenting reality, all of this creates something profound that manipulation had taken away. Awareness restores autonomy, giving you back the ability to make real choices about your life based on accurate understanding rather than on the distorted reality the manipulator created. When you're deep in manipulation, you're not actually making free choices because your choices are based on false information, distorted perceptions, manufactured guilt, and deliberately created confusion. As awareness grows, as you start to see the manipulation for what it is, your capacity for genuine choice returns. You might not immediately be able to leave or to change the situation dramatically, but you regain the ability to see it clearly, to know what's actually happening, to recognize when you're being manipulated rather than being confused by it. This awareness changes how you respond even before external circumstances change. You stop taking responsibility for things that aren't your responsibility. You stop doubting perceptions you now recognize as accurate. You stop engaging in circular arguments about reality because you know your reality is valid regardless of whether the manipulator acknowledges it. You start making choices that prioritize your well-being rather than the manipulator's comfort. Awareness doesn't instantly solve everything, and manipulators often escalate when they sense they're losing control, which means the period after awareness can actually be more dangerous or difficult in some ways. But awareness is the essential foundation for everything else, for protection, for resistance, for eventual escape. You cannot address a problem you cannot see, cannot protect yourself from something you don't recognize as a threat. Once you see clearly, once awareness has restored your ability to understand your own experience accurately, you have recovered something essential that manipulation had taken. Your capacity to be the author of your own life rather than a character in someone else's script. Implementing awareness and beginning to resist manipulation feels uncomfortable in specific ways that are worth acknowledging. because understanding the discomfort can help you persist through it rather than abandoning your boundaries to make the discomfort stop. Resistance feels uncomfortable but stabilizing, creating short-term distress that leads to long-term solidity. When you first start setting boundaries, saying no, refusing to engage in circular arguments, maintaining your own reality despite pressure to adopt the manipulator's reality, it feels wrong. You feel guilty, anxious, mean, selfish. The manipulator likely reinforces these feelings by responding to your resistance with hurt, anger, or increased manipulation. Your own conditioning, everything that made you vulnerable to manipulation in the first place, tells you that you should accommodate, should be flexible, should prioritize others' feelings, should try harder to make things work. The discomfort of resistance can be so intense that many people abandon it, returning to compliance because at least that's familiar discomfort rather than this new, acute discomfort. But there's a crucial difference. The discomfort of compliance is chronic, gradually worsening, leading to deterioration of your mental health, your sense of self, your life satisfaction. The discomfort of resistance is acute but ultimately stabilizing, leading to recovery of your autonomy, your reality, your well-being. It feels worse initially because you're breaking established patterns, going against conditioning, often triggering the manipulator's escalation. But over time, as you maintain your boundaries and your reality, the discomfort lessens. You get used to the guilt without having to act on it. You recognize the manipulator's responses as manipulation rather than as truth about your character. You start to feel the ground solidifying beneath your feet as you recover your own reality and agency. The discomfort of resistance is the discomfort of healing, of growth, of breaking free, and while intense, it's fundamentally different from the discomfort of continued manipulation. Recognizing this difference can help you tolerate the discomfort long enough for it to transform into the stability and clarity that come from living in alignment with your own reality and boundaries rather than in submission to someone else's manipulation. Finally, it's worth noting that the process of gaining clarity about manipulation often doesn't happen gradually but arrives in a specific, sometimes startling way. Clarity often arrives suddenly, in a moment where everything shifts and you see the whole pattern at once rather than continuing to struggle with individual confusing incidents. This moment is sometimes called the light bulb moment, or the scales falling from your eyes, a sudden recognition where you move from, "I'm confused about what's happening," to, "Oh, this is manipulation. This whole thing is manipulation." It might be triggered by something specific, a particularly egregious incident, reading something that perfectly describes your experience, a conversation with someone who names what they're seeing, or it might simply be that your subconscious has been processing patterns and evidence and finally presents its conclusion to your conscious awareness. This sudden clarity can be disorienting, even frightening, because in a moment your entire understanding of a relationship, perhaps of years of your life, shifts. What you thought was love might reveal itself as control. What you thought was your failure might reveal itself as someone else's manipulation. What you thought was complex and difficult to understand might reveal itself as a relatively simple pattern that you couldn't see because you were inside it. This moment of clarity is often both liberating and devastating, bringing relief at finally understanding alongside grief at recognizing how much time and self you've lost, how much you've endured, how profoundly you've been betrayed. If you're waiting for clarity about a confusing relationship, know that it often comes not through gradually accumulating understanding but through a sudden shift in perspective that reorganizes everything you thought you knew. And if you've experienced that moment of sudden clarity, know that the disorientation and the grief that come with it are normal, that it takes time to integrate this new understanding, but that clarity, however painful, is infinitely preferable to continuing to live in the confusion that manipulation creates and maintains. We arrive now at the final chapter of our exploration, the space that exists after recognition, after clarity has arrived and cut through the confusion that manipulation created. This is the territory of recovery, of rebuilding what was damaged or lost, of learning to live differently than you lived under manipulation's influence. It's also the space where we must consider the ethical dimensions of understanding manipulation, how knowledge about these dynamics should shape how we interact with others and how we think about influence, persuasion, and the exercise of power in relationships. Let us explore this final landscape with gentleness and with hope, because recovery is possible, because understanding can lead to freedom, because the end of manipulation, while painful, opens doors to ways of living and relating that manipulation had closed. The moment when manipulation is fully exposed, when you name it clearly to the manipulator, or when circumstances force the truth into undeniable visibility, often produces a specific and sometimes startling result. Exposure often ends relationships abruptly, with the dynamic that sustained the relationship collapsing once manipulation can no longer operate in shadow and confusion. This can happen in several ways. You might confront the manipulator with clarity about what's been happening, establishing boundaries they cannot accept, and they might leave or rage or escalate in ways that make the relationship obviously unsustainable. They might recognize that you see clearly now, that confusion no longer binds you, that their tactics no longer work, and they might simply move on to find a target who's more vulnerable and less aware. The relationship might not end through any dramatic confrontation, but might simply become impossible to maintain once you're responding to manipulation as manipulation rather than as legitimate interaction, once you're setting boundaries they cannot cross, once you're maintaining your own reality regardless of their reality distortion attempts. The abruptness can be disorienting because you might have expected that clarity would allow for change, that naming the problem would lead to solving it, that the manipulator would recognize what they've been doing and choose differently. Sometimes this happens, particularly with people who are manipulating more from unconscious patterns than from deliberate cruelty, people who are capable of genuine insight and change when confronted clearly. But often, manipulators either cannot or will not change, and exposure simply reveals that the relationship was never what you thought it was never based on mutual respect and care, but on dynamics of control that cannot survive in the light of awareness. The ending, while often necessary and ultimately liberating, can still be profoundly painful, another loss to grieve alongside all the other losses that manipulation created. One of the deepest wounds that manipulation leaves is damage to your capacity to trust, and this damage extends in multiple directions simultaneously. Betrayal wounds trust deeply, affecting not just your trust in this specific person who manipulated you, but potentially your trust in people generally, in relationships, in your own judgment, in the basic reliability of reality itself. You trusted someone who systematically violated that trust. You believed someone who was lying to you. You opened yourself to someone who used that openness to harm you. This recognition is devastating in ways that go beyond the specific loss of this specific relationship, because it calls into question your ability to navigate the world safely. If you couldn't see manipulation in this relationship, how will you see it in future relationships? If this person who seemed caring and trustworthy was actually manipulative, how can you trust your assessment of anyone else? If reality was so different from what you perceived, how can you trust your perception of anything? This betrayal-induced damage to trust is one of the longer-lasting effects of manipulation, often persisting long after the relationship has ended, affecting your ability to form new relationships, to be vulnerable, to take the risks that genuine intimacy requires. The damage makes sense given what you experienced. Your trust was violated profoundly, and your caution is a reasonable protective response. But excessive caution can also trap you in isolation or in shallow relationships where you never risk enough to experience real connection. Healing betrayal's damage to trust is gradual work, requiring experiences of people being trustworthy in small ways before you can risk trusting them in larger ways, requiring you to develop more sophisticated discernment rather than just blanket mistrust, and requiring you to accept that some risk is inherent in any relationship and that you cannot eliminate all possibility of future hurt without also eliminating all possibility of future connection. The foundation of recovery from manipulation is not primarily about learning to trust others again, but about recovering something more fundamental that manipulation systematically destroyed. Recovery requires rebuilding self-trust, reconstructing your confidence in your own perceptions, judgments, feelings, and worth after manipulation taught you to doubt all of these. This is perhaps the most crucial and the most difficult aspect of recovery, because manipulation doesn't just damage your relationship with the manipulator. It damages your relationship with yourself. You learn to doubt your memory, to dismiss your perceptions, to question your feelings, to see your needs as problematic, to view your boundaries as selfishness, to distrust your own judgment about what's real and what's right. Recovery means systematically challenging these lessons, rebuilding trust in yourself one small confirmation at a time. This might mean starting to notice when your perceptions are accurate, when your feelings are valid responses to real situations, when your judgments are sound. It might mean practicing believing yourself when you remember something, even if someone else remembers it differently. It might mean allowing yourself to have needs without immediately dismissing them as excessive or unimportant. It might mean setting boundaries and observing that the world doesn't end, that you're not a terrible person for having limits, that people who respect you can accommodate reasonable boundaries without the relationship collapsing. Rebuilding self-trust is gradual because manipulation's damage was gradual, accumulated over time through repeated experiences of having your reality denied or distorted. The rebuilding happens through accumulated experiences moving in the opposite direction, through your perceptions being validated, your feelings being honored, your judgments proving sound, your boundaries being respected. Therapy can help with this process, as can supportive relationships where others reflect back to you that your perceptions and feelings and needs are legitimate. But ultimately, the work of rebuilding self-trust is internal work, choosing again and again to believe yourself, to trust your own experience, to treat your own perceptions as the valid starting point for understanding reality rather than as something to be dismissed or doubted. One specific skill requires deliberate relearning after manipulation, because manipulation specifically targeted and degraded this capacity. Boundaries must be relearned intentionally with conscious practice to develop or recover the ability to know what your limits are, to communicate them clearly, and to maintain them consistently even when others push against them. Manipulation taught you that boundaries are selfish, that having limits means you're unloving or uncaring, that good people have no boundaries, or at least endlessly flexible ones. It taught you that expressing boundaries triggers catastrophic consequences, that maintaining them is impossible against someone who's determined to violate them, that you don't have the right to say no or to have preferences that inconvenience others. Relearning boundaries means first giving yourself permission to have them, recognizing that boundaries are not selfishness but self-respect, not barriers to connection but frameworks that make genuine connection possible. It means learning to identify what your boundaries actually are, which can be difficult after spending so long suppressing awareness of your own limits and needs. It means practicing expressing boundaries clearly and directly rather than hinting or hoping others will intuit them. It means maintaining boundaries even when doing so is uncomfortable, even when others are displeased, even when you feel guilty, because boundaries maintained inconsistently aren't boundaries at all but negotiations where the other person learns that pushing hard enough will make you yield. Relearning boundaries often means starting small with low-stakes boundaries in relatively safe relationships, and gradually building your capacity and confidence to maintain larger boundaries in more challenging contexts. It means learning that boundaries sometimes cost you relationships, but that relationships you can only maintain by having no boundaries aren't relationships worth maintaining. And it means recognizing that people who truly care about you can accommodate reasonable boundaries, that your boundaries being respected is not a lucky occurrence but a baseline requirement for any relationship that deserves to be called healthy. Two emotional experiences often dominate the aftermath of recognizing manipulation, and both must be addressed directly rather than allowed to fester unexamined. Guilt and shame must be challenged, because these emotions, however understandable, are often based on false premises that manipulation installed and that recovery requires dismantling. You might feel guilty for not recognizing manipulation sooner, for staying as long as you did, for the things you did while trying to appease the manipulator, for any harm your manipulated behavior might have caused to others, for leaving if you've left, for considering leaving if you haven't yet left. You might feel shame about having been manipulated at all, seeing it as evidence of weakness or stupidity or fundamental deficiency. These feelings are understandable but ultimately unhelpful and usually inaccurate. The guilt about not recognizing manipulation sooner ignores how manipulation specifically works to prevent recognition, how it creates the very confusion that makes it invisible. The guilt about staying ignores the real psychological mechanisms that make leaving difficult and the real practical barriers that might have existed. The shame about having been manipulated treats it as a personal failing when it's actually evidence that you were dealing with someone who exploited normal human vulnerabilities and social conditioning. Challenging these feelings doesn't mean denying any genuine responsibility you might have for specific actions you took, but it means putting that responsibility in appropriate context, recognizing that you are not operating with free will and accurate information but within a system specifically designed to constrain your choices and distort your reality. It means extending to yourself the compassion and understanding you would extend to someone else in your situation. It means recognizing that intelligence, capability, and awareness are not armor against manipulation, that anyone can be manipulated under the right circumstances, that being targeted says more about the manipulator's character than yours. It means forgiving yourself for not knowing what you hadn't yet learned, for not seeing what was deliberately hidden, for surviving the best way you knew how in genuinely difficult circumstances. The work of recovery is work you can do independently, through reading and reflection and time and supportive relationships. but certain forms of professional support can significantly accelerate and deepen the healing process. Therapy and psychoeducation accelerate healing, providing structured support and expert guidance through the complex process of recovering from manipulation. Therapy, particularly with someone who understands manipulation and trauma, can help you process the experience, challenge the beliefs manipulation installed, develop healthier patterns, work through the grief and anger and betrayal that manipulation created, and build skills you need for future relationships. A skilled therapist can help you see patterns you might not see yourself, can validate your experience while also challenging you to grow, can provide a consistent relationship where you're treated with respect as you relearn what respectful treatment feels like. Different therapeutic approaches might be useful for different aspects of recovery. Trauma-focused therapy for processing the traumatic aspects, cognitive behavioral approaches for challenging distorted beliefs, attachment-focused therapy for addressing how manipulation affected your relational patterns, somatic approaches for addressing how manipulation affected your body and nervous system. Psychoeducation, learning about manipulation, about trauma, about healthy relationships, about psychology and neuroscience relevant to understanding your experience, can be profoundly healing in itself. Understanding why manipulation works, why it affected you the way it did, what was happening in your brain and nervous system, what normal recovery looks like, all of this transforms your experience from something confusing and shameful into something understandable and survivable. Books, articles, workshops, support groups, online resources, all of these can provide the education that contextualizes your experience and provides roadmaps for healing. Professional support isn't absolutely necessary for recovery. Many people heal through time and their own efforts and support from friends and family. But for many, professional support makes the difference between slow, partial recovery and more complete, integrated healing that allows them to fully reclaim their lives and their selves. Having explored manipulation in depth, understanding its mechanisms and its harms, we must now consider the ethical implications of this knowledge, because understanding how influence works carries responsibility for how we use that understanding. Ethical influence respects choice and transparency, operating through honest presentation of information and genuine respect for others' autonomy rather than through deception, reality distortion, or exploitation of vulnerability. When you understand manipulation, you understand how to influence people effectively, how to shape their choices, how to make them more likely to do what you want. This knowledge could be used manipulatively, and understanding manipulation doesn't automatically make someone ethical about how they use influence. But ethical influence differs from manipulation in crucial ways. It's transparent about intent. The person knows what you want and why. It's honest about information. You present facts accurately rather than selectively or deceptively. It respects autonomy. You give people genuine choice rather than constraining choice through emotional pressure or reality distortion. It's mutual rather than exploitative. The influence serves both parties' interests rather than disproportionately benefiting the influencer at the target's expense. It's open to refusal. You accept no as a legitimate answer rather than treating it as an obstacle to overcome through escalated tactics. Ethical influence might look like clearly stating what you need and why, providing accurate information about a situation, explaining how a choice affects you while acknowledging the other person's right to make it, negotiating toward mutual benefit rather than demanding unilateral compliance. Understanding manipulation should make us more careful about how we influence others, more conscious of when we might be slipping into manipulative tactics, more committed to treating others with the respect and transparency that manipulation violates. The goal is not to never influence anyone, which would be impossible since all human interaction involves some degree of influence, but to influence ethically with respect for others' autonomy and with transparency about our own interests and intentions. The understanding of manipulation has been evolving in recent years, both in professional contexts and in broader social awareness, and this evolution has important implications. Severe manipulation is increasingly recognized as abuse, not just as problematic behavior or relationship difficulty, but as a form of psychological abuse that causes genuine harm warranting intervention and support. This recognition appears in domestic violence literature, which now acknowledges that abuse doesn't require physical violence, that psychological manipulation can be as damaging as physical harm. It appears in legal contexts, where some jurisdictions are developing frameworks for addressing coercive control and psychological abuse. It appears in mental health diagnostic criteria, where the effects of psychological abuse are increasingly recognized and addressed. It appears in social awareness, where terms like gaslighting and love bombing and trauma bonding have entered common vocabulary, where people are learning to recognize manipulation as harmful rather than just unpleasant. This growing recognition is important because it validates victims' experiences, providing language and frameworks for understanding what happened to them and confirming that their suffering is real and legitimate. It improves access to support and resources, as services developed for abuse victims become available to those experiencing psychological manipulation even without physical violence. It potentially increases accountability for manipulators, though this remains challenging given how difficult manipulation is to prove and how much it operates in private spaces where evidence is scarce. And it helps shift cultural narratives that romanticize or normalize manipulative behaviors, creating social pressure toward healthier relationship norms. The recognition of severe manipulation as abuse doesn't mean that all manipulation is abuse or that every manipulative behavior rises to that level, but it means that sustained patterns of psychological manipulation that meet certain criteria can and should be understood as abusive, with all the seriousness and support and intervention that abuse warrants. As we conclude this exploration, we must address directly a concern that might arise when people learn about manipulation in depth. The worry that understanding becomes permission or even temptation to use these tactics oneself. Understanding manipulation is protective, not permission to use it, and recognizing this distinction is crucial. The purpose of understanding manipulation is to recognize it when you encounter it, to protect yourself and potentially others from its harms, to recover from manipulation you've experienced, and to ensure you don't inadvertently manipulate others through ignorance of how influence works. The purpose is not to become a more effective manipulator yourself, to use this knowledge to control others, to view human interaction as a game where understanding the rules means you can exploit them. Using manipulation, even when you understand it well, causes the same harms we've explored throughout this entire exploration. It violates autonomy, damages trust, creates psychological harm, traps both parties in unhealthy dynamics. It also, ultimately, doesn't serve the manipulator's own long-term well-being, because relationships built on manipulation are never satisfying, never secure, never truly intimate. They require constant effort to maintain, constant vigilance to prevent exposure, constant management of the target's reality, and they result in connection to a manipulated version of a person rather than to an authentic self freely choosing to be in relationship with you. Understanding manipulation should make you less likely to manipulate, not more, because understanding reveals the full scope of harm it causes, the profound ways it damages both target and manipulator, the impossibility of building anything genuine or lasting on a foundation of deception and control. If you find yourself tempted to use manipulative tactics now that you understand them, that's information worth examining, perhaps in therapy, about what needs you're trying to meet through control rather than through authentic connection, about what fears make manipulation feel necessary, about what beliefs might be driving you toward harmful patterns. We conclude where we began, with the recognition that manipulation is about control, about one person attempting to shape another person's reality and choices for their own benefit. But we end with something we didn't have at the beginning: deep understanding of how this works, why it's harmful, how to recognize it, how to resist it, how to recover from it, and how to ensure we don't perpetuate it ourselves. And we end with hope, because understanding truly does create possibility for change. Awareness restores freedom, dignity, and self-direction, returning to you what manipulation tried to take: your capacity to perceive reality accurately, to trust your own judgment, to make choices based on your own values and needs, to exist as a separate, autonomous person rather than as an extension of someone else's will. Freedom means you can choose relationships that serve your well-being rather than being trapped in ones that harm you. Dignity means you recognize your own worth as inherent rather than as something that must be earned through meeting others' demands. Self-direction means you can shape your own life according to your own values rather than living according to scripts someone else wrote for you. These are not small things. These are the fundamental conditions of a life worth living, of authentic existence, of genuine human flourishing. Manipulation attempts to steal these from you, but awareness and recovery can return them, perhaps not immediately, perhaps not completely at first, but gradually, steadily, as you do the work of healing and of reclaiming yourself. If you're currently experiencing manipulation, know that clarity is possible, that escape is possible, that recovery is possible, even when all of these feel impossible from where you're standing now. If you're recovering from past manipulation, know that healing takes time but does happen, that what was taken can be recovered, that you can learn to trust yourself and others again while maintaining the boundaries and awareness that protect you. And if you're learning about manipulation to understand it generally, to protect yourself or others, to be more conscious about your own influence, know that this understanding is valuable, that it makes you less vulnerable and potentially helps create a world where manipulation is recognized and resisted rather than normalized and perpetuated. The fog lifts, clarity arrives, freedom becomes possible again. And in that space of clarity and freedom, you can begin to build a life that's authentically yours, relationships that honor rather than violate your autonomy, and a future where manipulation's power over you exists only in the past, understood and overcome, no longer defining your present or constraining your possibilities. As we come to the end of this exploration, it is important to pause, not to reach conclusions but to allow space for reflection. Understanding manipulation does not mean becoming suspicious of every interaction, nor does it mean viewing the world as hostile or deceptive. It means recognizing patterns that quietly erode autonomy, trust, and self-direction when left unnamed. The most profound insight in all of this is not about manipulators but about awareness. Because manipulation thrives in confusion, silence, and self-doubt. And it weakens in clarity, boundaries, and self-trust. If anything in this video felt familiar, that recognition alone is meaningful. Awareness is not confrontation. It does not require immediate action. Sometimes it simply means noticing where you feel confused, guilty, or diminished, and allowing those signals to matter. Healthy influence respects choice. Healthy relationships allow disagreement without punishment. And healthy connection does not require you to shrink, doubt yourself, or surrender your inner clarity. You do not need to control others. And no one has the right to control you. For now, allow the mind to rest. Let the thoughts settle gently. Understanding does not demand urgency. It unfolds quietly at its own pace. Thank you for listening. Good night.